wrapping up. Home main event going on right now. Guess what, though? This is a boxing watch-along. Canelo versus Crawford. So we're going to be with you for that whole main card. It's going to start in about an hour. We've heard, let's dip in a little bit early. We like both sports, and there's nothing wrong with talking a little bit about Noche. So I'm Gorgeous George. That's Goze, MMA Junkie Radio. We're going to be here with you guys for the next 5 hours or so. A little MMA and then some boxing. So enjoy it with us, especially those that are fans. Try and embrace some boxing. Goze, we came from boxing before MMA. We had to do the reverse.
Yeah, we actually grew up loving boxing. I mean, it was all we watched, and then little by little, mixed martial arts got introduced into our world, and we never stopped being fans of boxing. But our focus grew into mixed martial arts, and that's our bread and butter. But this is kind of our home boxing, what we grew up on, and anytime there's a big fight throughout our life, it was a lot different than it is today. You know, big fight parties, sometimes centered around fights that would last a minute, minute and a half, and then others were wars. So we've seen our share of these types of fights, but this one feels special. It feels very different, and it's a little bit of a coming home party for us because the MMA world has crossed over into boxing a little bit with Dana White and Big Turkey promoting this fight. Now we feel a little bit of the MMA flavor, you know, going in, the way the press conferences are handled, all that stuff. So I'm excited to get going, and so far the arena's not too packed, you know, like kind of traditional boxing events. Doesn't get full until main event. It's pretty empty right now. I'm looking at it. But we got Noche UFC. That's wrapping up. And so far that's been so.
The Mexicans are undefeated on Noche UFC, by the way. Also, Goze, aside from video replays, have you ever watched a 15-round fight live? I only asked because I think it was 82 when they switched 12-round fights from 15-round fights. So you were only 4, I think. Do you remember missing one live that went either the whole 15 or at least in the 13 or 14?
I remember seeing them, but I don't know if I don't know if I'm watching old replays of fights or what. But like on Wild World of Sports or stuff like that, Dad would be watching on the TV, and so I remember seeing that going into 15 rounds. I don't really remember the change, but I couldn't tell you what I was watching or how into it I was.
If you guys ever heard the name Ray Boom Mancini, he was in a fight with a South Korean named Duke Kim, and these guys went to war. But eventually Dooku Kim succumbed to injuries from that fight. And that precipitated the move of world sport of boxing move of 12-round fights from 15-round fights. But if you ever go to BoxRec or Wikipedia or Topology, all of them are sources to, you know, doing homework or research or just want to learn more about the sport. If you ever see fights in the 13th, 14th, 15th, that's the reason. But I keep forgetting that's over 40 years old that they converted. So, in fact, the other day I was listening to the Jackson podcast, and you know, Rampage was talking to who was it? I can't remember. Maybe Mayhem, and they were going over how that first round in Pride was 10 minutes and how it was. I mean, you really had to like gauge your gas tank a little bit too. You know?
True. You know, even if you go back and watch old movies like the original Rocky, those are scheduled for 15 rounds, and I can't remember how far in. Oh, well, the first one goes a distance, right? But I don't spoil it if anybody's never seen it. But yeah, even those old movies still reference 15 rounds and all that.
Well, you'd be spoiling a movie. Goes, it's 4 years old. I think the spoiler alert is off. No,
it's so good though, and there's just, you know, even on our staff, the staff back here on that, there's so many guys that love movies, love sports, and just haven't gotten around older movies. That if I could talk them into watching one and they haven't, I guess it's kind of worth it.
Got it. All right. Well, I do know that Rocky won Best Motion Picture in 1976. So for sure, that fight referenced 15-round fights.
Mhm.
And Rocky 2 would have been 1979. I think Rocky 3 would have been 1982. So I'm wondering if when they started in the switch as well. All right, right now we're in round 2 of the main event, Noche UFC. So remember, this is a boxing watch, but because Noche UFC is on the same night, and basically the same people are overseeing both events. Dana White's the president and CEO, I guess, or something like that of the UFC, and then over at TKO, which will be boxing soon. I'm all confused about all that, but he's heading up the boxing under TKO. There you go, and he didn't want to compete against himself, so that's why the Lopez and Silva fight, which will be after the fight with David Martinez and Rob Font, that one's going to end for the 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern start time of the boxing along. But it was a boxing watch along goes, and I just decided to a little early to catch these two. It's been a fun fight, and Martinez.
Yeah, I got a lot going on, man. I got the boxing over here, the MMA here, and down below. I'll tell you guys, if you guys are football fans, UFC is a little bit of a problem. And if they just add a couple more pieces, that's a big problem. But I'm watching them all, and sure enough, Rob Font's jab is making a difference in this fight again. And over in boxing, it's kind of a blowout.
Yeah, and the boxing's still in the prelim stage. We're down with 2 rounds here. 1-1 going into round 3 on my unofficial scorecard for Noche UFC.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see if pundits, some of the athletes that chime in, flash their scores, see what they're thinking. This round could decide. Martinez is no joke. I mean, he's proven himself that he belongs in there with Font. A lot of people were wondering if this was too soon. Remember, he's in for Raul Rosas. The same could have been said about him, but very popular. So I think they're giving him the fast ride up, up the elevator.
If you see me looking away, I'm looking at our YouTube chat as well. Thank you very much. Some of the people that have already put in, and MMA Boxing Addicts says huge fan of what you do. Appreciate it all. Thank you. We're in your world tonight, so hope we do this card justice. Obviously we're MMA guys, but we're also boxing fans, and part of me wishes I was actually there in Allegiant Stadium, something like this. But I've been able to cross a couple matches off my bucket list, seeing certain fighters that I've always wanted to see. But it would be nice to see Crawford fight live.
Yeah, no doubt. Especially a big event like this one, because it's more affordable when there's 60,000 tickets available. That T-Mobile's gotten expensive, man. The UFC's not messing around with ticket prices anymore. Of course, Goze and I sometimes get lucky enough to get the credentials, but even the credentials at the T-Mobile era is way different, folks. The MGM and at Mandalay Bay, Goze and I would sit normally. It was kind of like a satellite media area. So cage side where you see a lot of the pundits in the back, or sorry, in the front there. But still, a really good seat. But at the T-Mobile, the new arena in town, well, not new, but it's probably 8 years old, way up there if you're not actually doing a play your cage side. So that's about the time where I think a watch along coming for us stopped going to the events. But thank you to the person, MMA Boxing Addicts. Is that what you said? Yeah. Thank you for tuning in. You might hear this from me a lot, and I apologize up front, but it really helps us out. I don't think we're asking much. If you all can hit the like button, that thumbs up, that helps get this more eyeballs. So it helps us out that way. I don't think it does anything for you. Like I tell people, every YouTube I go in, even if after 10 seconds I'm like, what was that? I always hit like, just as a courtesy. So hopefully you guys can repay that. Back Subscribing, look, I'll leave that in your hands. Watch the content, float around the YouTube channel, see what we're all about. I mean, we cover MMA through and through. So I think it's a slam dunk. I think it's an easy ask. But that's me personally. I've been an MMA junkie pretty much since its inception. So I'm always a homer for the website, man. Best website on the planet. But it's free and it's great content. So the subscribe, again, I'll leave it up to you. I won't bug you about that as much. The like, that helps out, man.
And it is MMA junkie, but honestly, we cover most combat sports. I mean, we're bare knuckle boxing play, right? Karate combat, some of the jiu-jitsu out there. We've really even the Misfits boxing that goes around. We really try our best to cover it all. And the report that I can give you here early on, as far as boxing, look, our guy, Panic, he's on play-by-play. He's got Max Kellerman with him and Andre Ward. They sound really good. I really enjoyed them so far. Joe Martinez does a lot of boxing, but also works with the UFC. He's your announcer. And then they've had a couple where they've gone over to Jim Gray. For those of you who are old school boxing fans, Gray, you don't mess around. He asks the tough questions. When you're at home and you feel awkward because somebody's asking a question, you know that guy must. I don't know what he has in mind, but he'll be there tonight as well, and he's kind of chimed in so far. I've liked it. I've liked this broadcast so far.
See, I've been watching UFC, so I've yet to do it. I got it right there, ready to go. But I don't want to get distracted because we're in the last 90 seconds of Rob Font and Martinez. These guys both have great cardio. They've been sizing each other up pretty good. Even Mergliotta, man, he's running around to get out of these guys' way. This is a big octagon, 30 feet across, and there's 150 left here. Significant strike count is in favor of Martinez. Definitely a huge margin in round one, margin round two that I gave the Font. But in round three, he's been more active. Font needs to do something. Looks like he just took a shot and it wobbled him a little bit. But man, that Martinez kick. Oh, Font just hit a nice jab. 50 seconds left here in round two. Sorry, round three.
He covers so much ground with it. He's so pinpoint with it as well. Like, I love I feel like it's going to be one of the best jabs you'll see on, and that's professional boxing going on.
Martinez just looked at the clock. He doesn't look tired, but still sometimes show of, hey man, I'm almost over this. How much more? Let's see if Rob can sting him with a few more jabs and follow it up with a couple of crosses, some big punches. Because as it's saying, Martinez is calling, saying, let's stop down right now. He's pulling a Max Holloway. He's mixing in can punches. Font's yet to really do anything. He's not a, and that's for sure. Martinez is like, what's up? Oh, Martinez just wobbled him. He's gonna win this fight now. Because even though it's gonna end here by the bell, Rob Font. In fact, I turned down the volume and I can't tell if Mergliotta stopped it or if the round ended. But either way, Martinez, those last 20 seconds, egging on Rob Font, he clipped him, Goze.
Yeah.
He clipped him, and this will secure the win for him. There's a chance he has swept the rounds.
Boxing just ended. 10-round fight. Goes to the scorecards.
I feel bad for Rob Font. They switched opponents on him, and you know, a young like this, taking it to him. Oh, that's no boy for a veteran. You know, it's getting in his high 30s.
Well, they switched opponents, but also the type of opponent he was preparing for is completely different. Sometimes these things work out for fighters. The UFC's new best friend. Maybe they make a little bit of money on the side, but sometimes it doesn't. And when it doesn't, it's ugly for the fighter. Especially a guy at his age. You know, he's got to rebuild.
Yeah. All right, so make the announcement right now. Why is Rob lifting his arm? $29.28, all three cards. Okay, Rob did the face like, huh? He had his arm up just he thought he won, but he kind of nodded his head as if to say, I ain't tripping. And here's why I bring that up. Because it's kind of been a joke with Rob and Calvin. We've joked about it for years about that look, but we were usually laughing at that did it. And in no way am I strategy those guys. I really like that. Those two, that team. And I'm bummed. I'm bummed for Rob Font, but I'm excited about this Martinez guy. He's exciting.
Yeah, he's a tough cat. Quick, hits with a decent power. Yeah, it's weird to see like a lot of the UFC staff, a lot of the normal cast on one screen.
Netflix?
Yeah, on both screens right now.
I always thought Dana could pull off boxing because he's got the resources. He's well, but what they're trying to do about changing the way things work and all that, I don't know. They want to belt their own guys and not have sanctioning bodies. That part I'm still tripping on a little bit because even though I don't follow boxing as close as I used to, I never felt like it was a sport that needed a complete overhaul.
I mean, it just depends, man. Like, depends how you're gonna do it. There are a lot of frustrating things about boxing, but at the same time, doing it all under one umbrella, I don't know how much I trust that. Question from YouTube, well, more of a statement. I was worried about Rob when he said he didn't train at TriStar for this fight. Man, that was a unfortunate circumstance for him, considering how much Firas Zahabi has played in his life lately. You know, the change in what it's done for him. But yeah, him not being able to get work with him and kind of being stuck in Texas, right, for, what was it, 6 weeks or something like that? Definitely different. You know, who knows how much of a change the game plan was. And he said that he kept in contact with him the whole time, but what the hell happened, Georgie?
I thought I saw a little mosquito or something.
Oh. Who knows how much, you know, he did stay in contact with him the whole time. But yeah, there's nothing like in person, right?
Well, Goze, if you'll recall, he did say he went back a couple times. Mm-hmm. I remember that from the interview, and he didn't spend a long time like other times, but he did say he went up a couple times. Yeah, that was his choice to be in Austin. He was there for a while, and what can I say? I mean, we interviewed him when it was Raul Rosas or when it was Martinez. I can't remember that.
What was the last
about Martinez when we interviewed him? He already knew it was Martinez, right?
Yeah. He had already.
Yeah, I remember he was training with grapplers in preparation for Rosas, and he was liking it there. But what are you gonna do? You know, Rob's getting older as well, and it could be that this is my one-day world champ. We don't know, but man, Martinez can kick. Boy, he had great oomph. Third round kicks he had, you could tell, man. They could take a little bit out of you each time.
It's an aggressive kid. Hey, George. Is Laura there with you?
No.
All right, then I can properly answer this question. The lad's watching some boxing. I love it. Boys eating and drinking right now. So here's what's going on. Because of Mexican Independence Day and my girlfriend was born in Mexico, she's gone full Mexican today. So she made some chicken tequila with some Spanish rice, and then she says that she's going to bring us out some micheladas. So that's what we're drinking. But I guess our prelims, or my prelim, is Mike's Hard Lemonade, and I'll enchilada when it shows up. What are you drinking, George? You drinking anything?
No, not yet. Gonna be a long night, but I will.
I don't think it's gonna feel like a long night though. Well,
You know, some I can drink a 6-pack of Modelo, and I don't have to go to the restroom. Bladder holds up. Other times, I can drink a Modelo, and I'm already going to the restroom, and I'm already going to the restroom not too soon after that, or very soon after that, I should say. My body's sometimes, but like I say, sometimes I can be a soldier, man. Like I can leave Las Vegas going, I should have went to the restroom. Like I almost feel like I gotta go, you know, and I can make it to Barstow. Sometimes mom and dad's. It all depends. Yeah. I do plan on indulging for sure. Hopefully some of y'all are having tacos. It seems like any city you go to on the West Coast, I'm talking any city, Santa Ana, Tarzana, Anaheim. Like I've been to a lot of cities in Southern California last year. No one's stopping these you know, people that set up and will sell you Mexican food, street food like they call it. In Paris, they kind of got them off the streets, but they put them all together. Now it's like a little mini fair that you go to. And go out there and get one chicken, one beef, one birria, and some beans and rice. You cannot go wrong with that, man. It's great food. That used to be like what you saw when you went to TJ or something like that back in the day. You know, other than that, you had to go to an actual. But now, you know, as I grew up, I'd go to a lot of people's parties and people had taco trucks, and I'm glad those things are blowing up. Delicious food, man.
I almost became a meme about, I guess, a year and a half ago. At one of those taco stands, it got really windy, and their like cover to the little mini gazebo that they have over them,
Tent?
it blew off, and it just whacked in the leg. But it came very close. If I had been a little bit to the left, it would have covered me up, and I would have looked stupid. Like people would have been laughing their asses off in cars driving by.
Where was this?
On Warm Springs and Durango, right across where the cleaners, right there, corner.
A social media team, by any chance, share this as a story? I haven't seen that.
I haven't seen it either. It's on X. If you guys don't mind, if you're watching, spread the news. A lot of people don't know that we're on right now because normally we don't do boxing and normally we don't do nights. But you know, we could have very easily came probably an hour later, but we figured, look, there's a lot of MMA fans, a lot of it's over. Why not kind of wrap up a little bit what's going on here in mixed arts and fill you in a little bit what's going on in boxing and yeah, get it going. But yeah, I don't mind. There's a lot of people that don't know we're doing this. So anything you could do to help, George said, and all that, we appreciate it. Now we're in fights on both cards, but UFC are walking right now.
Billy in the chat is asking if we went to all you can eat Mexican place in Henderson. What place is that?
So there's this place. It's been open for about a year now, and they have an all you can eat buffet. It's a Mexican buffet. It looks really good. I have not made it. I was to go the last time our dad was here in Vegas. We were going to take him, but Billy, there's another one that I'll share with you that's even crazier, and but it's a little bit more expensive. I think one of them's like 60, the other one's 30.
Damn, 60's a lot.
It's pretty dope.
See, for all you can eat and drink, or just eat?
Probably, I think there's drinks involved too.
Well, I love me some Mexican food, but man, I did that a lot. Buffets got out of hand too.
It's only Sunday.
They closed a lot of them during the pandemic, and before the pandemic, 40 or 50 was getting, but it was a spread. You can't eat everything that's there. Mandalay Bay's was pretty reasonable. I remember it was 19. We got in there before 11 or 24. After 11, I mean, okay, but and you got 40 or 50, you're like, okay, it's got to be a pretty special occasion. After the pandemic, I don't think there's one less than 50. I mean, for eggs and bacon, that's a lot.
Yeah, you definitely got to go around that brunch time so you can get both.
Vegas got a little out of hand. It's getting checked a little too, I hear.
A little bit, yeah. The buzz in this town, in the areas where there's stuff going on, you feel it. But just driving up and down, there's not crazy billboards out or, fight parties at bars or anything like that. I've seen that. Now, granted, this is different. A pay-per-view, it's Netflix. So maybe that has something to play with it, but it's not the normal buzz. I think I'll stick to that. It's not what we're used to here, being the fight capital of the world.
They started with resort fees years ago, and then they got us with parking. Then they got us with 6 to 5 blackjack instead of 3 to 2. I'll tell you what that means.
Check in at 4.
It's always easier if you use $100 as your example. 3 to 2 means if you bet $100 and you win your hand, you get $100. But if you get a blackjack 150, it's the 3 to 2. All right. However, a lot of hotels started switching it up to 6 to 5. So now if you get a blackjack, it's only 120. Then I don't know who was able to pull this off, but somehow every casino has to have at least one table that's 3 to 2. You have to ask for it. They won't tell you, but if you ask for it, they got to point you to it. And I don't know if it's just one or an area or what. So always ask for that. And so what they were hoping for was that you just didn't know any better. If you just turned 21 and you're going with your homies, you're 21, 22, and they don't have big brothers or a dad or an uncle that told them about this, they just think that's the norm. They sit down, they drink, right? By the way, that's another thing. Drinks. As long as you were in the casino, usually you were able to get a drink, especially if you were sitting at a machine or something like that. To have cash. And okay. There's the roulette. Let me see. Is Diego Lopez walking in? Yeah, Diego Lopez getting ready to walk in. Yeah. So in Europe, on the roulette table, there's only 1 0. In America, there's 2, and recently they added 3, and that totally brings down the odds in roulette.
That's a third green roll, right? Or a green option, like 00 or whatever.
Yeah. So again, parking 3-0, 6 to 5, resort fees. You used to be able to get comps. Dude, sometimes you lose like $800. You're just going, hey, will you write me a comp for a breakfast? Write on the comp. Let that person feel somewhat good before they go to bed. There's a good chance when they come back, they'll forget about all that mess. Because sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, but you'll remember, you know what? They took care of me, man, at Mandalay Bay or at Caesars or at this or at that.
And the thing is, they are charging more for everything and laying people off left and right.
I wonder if this stings the Brazilians that he does live in Mexico. He's not trying to say he's not Mexican, Diego Lopez. But, man, he embraces the hell out of it, and his walkout song is definitely a Mexican song. Now, he might just be leaning into it too,
Yeah, I mean, he never He never says he's not Brazilian, right? So I don't think they could be upset about it.
Fans are going nuts, though.
Kind of in the same situation in both fights. They're just about to start, both of them. Going through introductions and all. If you didn't have to work tonight, you're just a fan, would you have rather been at Noche or this fight? Canelo Crawford.
1 second goes.
Chat, you can chime in too. Now remember, Noche is kind of like a whole experience, right? The whole card. Here, it's pretty top heavy, but
Any chance Goze can zip it for a second?
Huh? What?
Is there any chance Goze can zip it for a second?
We're doing a watch along. Why don't you just jump out? Zip it. Just trying to do my job, homie. Let's see here. Both fights getting ready to go.
I just wanted to Shazam the song real quick.
Wow.
I just needed like 5 seconds. But man, everyone was jacked on that walkout. I rewatched Joe's Contender Series match the other day, man. That guy's really talented. He can hit you with so many different weapons, and he's tall, but everything is hard hitting. I think you should just go with the bald look. What is that for Jean Silva?
Just the bald look?
Yeah. Lopez definitely 2 or 3 inches taller, and he's got the reach advantage. Yeah, Jean Silva with hair. It's not working out for him too well. Bald, though, that's his look. There you go, right there.
I never comment when it has to do with baldness. I'm afraid of the bad karma.
I'm already there, so I'm not going to jinx myself. Okay, so to answer your question, I think it's a slam dunk. I'd go to Allegiant. Was it this card against the boxing card? Or
yeah,
I'd go to Allegiant. But between Allegiant and the one over at the Sphere, I think I might have done the Sphere because Dana seems so adamant that he'll never do it again. I don't tend to believe him, honestly. So maybe I could have been talked into Allegiant. I've seen a lot of sports goes, so I don't want to miss out on things. And Allegiant Stadium boxing, man, I was in awe like 10 years ago when Klitschko fought Anthony Joshua at the what's it called over there in London? Wembley. Remember that one? That was crazy. You know, I'm glad that what is Sean Silva trying to do? Try and grab the mic? Oh.
Do you agree with that decision of Bruce Buffer being at Noche and Joe Martinez over at boxing?
I'm glad you brought that up. Will Michael Buffer be doing the main event? Or is it all Joe Martinez's baby?
I would imagine it's Joe Martinez's baby.
Okay, so if I'm calling the shots, if Michael Buffer's retired, I think I would at least allow Bruce Buffer to do this one. I don't know if he'd be my permanent guy, but I would probably have him do this one. But if Buffer's going to do, if the other Buffer, Michael Buffer's going to do the main event, then yeah, I might keep them in their proper lane. Bruce Buffer sounds like he wants to be here another 5-10 years, so he may have chances anyway. Hell, it goes in 2010 or 2009. You and I went to Dallas, and we saw Michael Buffer in the lobby of a hotel. You know, where all the fighters were staying. I remember he had a cane back then, and I thought, wow, is he going to be able to do this much longer? I mean, I don't know if he had a hip replacement, knee replacement, or if he's better now, but I thought he was winding down then, and that was 15 years ago. Remember Mark Cuban's show?
Yeah, I think he might have just come off an operation or something because he was moving really, really slow with that cane. You can make arguments both ways because you could just say, look, you're our UFC guy, you stay in that lane. Or you could just say, hey, Joe Martinez, we put you on Noche because you speak Spanish and we thought maybe you'd bring more energy to the crowd. I don't know.
Man, I'm pumped for this fight. As soon as I heard Diego Lopez against John Silva, I was like, oh, shit. I go, that's a fight, man. And right now, it just started, folks. So as this fight ends, the boxing portion will start of the watch along, but it is a boxing watch along. But why not get a little bit of both, right? Congrats to David Martinez. He just beat Rob Font in the co-main event out in San Antonio, Texas, Noche UFC. Right now, it's the main event with Diego Lopez and John Silva. Little low kick there for Diego Lopez. Neither one's really going crazy right now. Diego's the one that usually gets off pretty quick and pretty fast. But so far, nothing's going on.
Didn't they look like they were in a leg kicking contest for a little bit?
Yeah.
Have you seen those new ones?
No, but I always thought instead of power slap, a leg kicking contest would be interesting. I was telling Goze, what a nice takedown by Diego Lopez. Well timed. I was telling Goze today, I haven't heard too much from Power Slap. And I don't know if it's because Dana's got his hands full with boxing or what, but Diego's already on top. He's taking his back. And I thought he had a body triangle, but he didn't. But he is mounted. He's really stretched out Jean Silva. Silva's now bucking a little bit. There's 3 minutes left here in round 1 of the main event at Noche UFC. Now he's really high right now. And Silva almost bucked him off. Silva's a strong guy. Ooh, a nice 12-6 elbow from Diego Lopez. And it cut his head. And Diego's laughing about it right now. He cut him real good in the top of the head. Fans are going nuts. And Silva better do something because that's a lot of elbows, a lot of ground and pound that's starting to rain, and Diego's on his ass. Silva looks hurt, but he's still surviving, and there's 225 left here in round 1, so a lot of time to go. The crowd's erupting. Looks like he's opening up other parts of the bald head with those elbows. Now Silva's managed to at least turn into him, so he's not having his back taken, but Diego's just heavy on top, Goze.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here comes another elbow.
You can tell there's heat too, because I mean,
and they're laughing at each other. John Silva better stop laughing. Better start doing something.
By the way, this over here on the other end, the boxing has been pretty interesting. These kids are going at it.
Usually, guys that are like mounted that high get bucked off, but man, he's got great balance. And now Mike Beltran just tells Silva, show me something.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, now Silva just swept him. Now Silva's on top. Okay. And Silva wants a high five or something. I don't know. A lot of camaraderie, but he was getting beat up. If this round had ended like that, that would have been a 10-8. Let's see if Silva can get out of that range. He does look a little worn down, Goze Silva.
Things have not gone well for the fighting nerds as of late.
Oh, nice up kick by John Silva. Right on the chin. Diego Lopez just ate it like it was nothing. 45 seconds left here in round one. Leg kick by Diego Lopez. Nice jab by Diego Lopez. John Silva definitely seems to have cleared the cobwebs. The blood's not too bad. There just seems to be a couple cuts on the top of the head from him getting mounted and then those elbows getting rained down on him.
It's in a decent spot. I don't think it's going to run into his eyes too much.
Nice overhand right lance for John Silva. You know what I liked about Diego's ground game goes was he had a well-timed takedown. The crowd erupted. Because remember, this fight card, you and I have been watching it all afternoon. It's had some dead spots.
Mm-hmm.
And but Diego took him down. The crowd erupted. But then when he got going with the ground and pound, mounting him, trying to maybe lock in a submission, he made the ground game exciting. And that's what a lot of fighters don't understand. Hey, yeah, you're dominating, you're wrestling, you're this, you're that, but there's a lot of other guys that take way more chances and make the ground game exciting.
For sure.
And then there's oh my God, drain the clock. Diego's not sorry. Jean Silva's still goofing a little too much for me.
Yeah.
He needs to get a little bit more serious here. This is a guy that just fought for the title, folks. So he knows what it takes to be a champ because he just came up short against Volkanovski. And so what he's doing is this is his comeback tour. And I'm sure he's, this fighter IQ's better. He's got experience. This is Diego Lopez is no joke. And John Silva, has an excellent opportunity right now, but it's not going that great for him.
This is one of the better versions of Diego Lopez I think I've seen.
Yeah, it is.
Over here in boxing, there's a lot of phone booth fighting. I mean, these guys are just in the center, hardly moving, forehead to forehead.
Jean Silva just went to the body really nice. Somebody just tweeted Lopez demolishing Silva. Jean Silva has now gone to the body 2 straight times. I wonder if he's trying to set up something to the top. There it is. Diego Lopez saw it coming. Jean Silva is the aggressor. He's the one that's backing down Lopez. Nice overhand right lands for Silva. Lopez kind of laughed it off. And Lopez, careful because he's got a big lead. He's got 1 round in the bank. And the Lopez, and the Jean Silva that's slowed down. But Jean Silva right now has gotten a couple nice licks in.
Mm-hmm. I mean, John Silva's got that fight game, that power that he can end a fight at any moment.
Was there an eye poke? I don't know. They're talking to each other. But John Silva was the one acting like he got poked. Look like Lopez got a nice one in on John Silva. Most of you, I imagine, have ESPN Plus. You're watching this with us. Some of you might be at a wedding or a birthday party, and so we'll try and tell you a little bit of what's going on.
Unacceptable, by the way.
Oh, nice reverse elbow by Silva. Didn't land flush, but it was nice. A few weeks ago, where was it? In Abu Dhabi? Nice calf kick by Lopez. We're at 250 left here in round 2. Hard to really say who's winning the round because Silva just rocked him pretty good.
I think
but Lopez is still on his feet. And see, Silva's plays to the crowd a little too much for me. Oh, Silva just landed on the chin again. But Lopez, great chin. Lopez better cover up. You better start wrestling because Silva's landing. Oh, another left by Silva. And Jean Silva just tried to do one of them reverse back elbows.
Lopez isn't making the adjustments here, dude.
No, he's not. Yeah. because he's gotten hit flush in the face like 5 or 6 times by Silva.
That's
Now there's
probably
2 minutes left, and Silva clearly has the 10-9 right now. Well, go ahead, Goze.
That's probably one of the big criticisms I got from fighting Volk was it just didn't seem to be adjustments in his game.
If I'm Lopez, why not try and get the fight to the ground? I mean, he got it down so easy, and then he mauled him, honestly, before getting swept.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where Silva's really, really dangerous. I realize Silva submitted Bryce Mitchell. I'm not saying his ground game's non-existent, but Lopez just looked really comfortable in round 1. There we go. This wasn't exactly a takedown. They kind of slipped, but they wound up on the ground, and now Lopez has about 1 minute and 20 left to try and win back the round. He's got his back, but he only has 1 hook in. Silva's okay right now. He's kind of carrying Lopez. They're standing now. Let's see if Lopez can drag him down. And now Lopez instead just throws him down. But Silva almost rolled out of it. Lopez hangs on to his like a body lock, drags him down, and now he's on top. Wow, Lopez, for being a skinny guy, is strong, dude. Now, I don't know if he could do enough here to win back this round.
I don't think so.
And they're back up before anything can happen. By the way, they flashed some live odds, and Silva was over 200 favorite. Now Silva's throwing some big 1s and 2s. This thing's a scrap, man. Silva's really, really big with his elbows. And his overhands are landing. And now Lopez just caught Silva with an elbow. And he's bloodied him up. He really cut him, Goes with that. I don't know if you noticed.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the blood. This fight might end right now. The ref's taking a look. That's it. Sorry, not Murgliata. Beltran calls it. He spun, and the elbow must have sliced him, Goes, because the blood was everywhere. I don't know if you noticed right away. Wow. And you know what? I'm okay with that stoppage because I love both of these guys, and I just don't want anyone to be completely clocked. I mean,
true. Yeah.
I want them to fight again. And look how bloody he is. Now Silva's pushing him away. I hope he's not a bad sport about this. Oh, don't be a bad sport about this. You lost. I can't tell what it looked like Lopez was trying to be cool with the other corner. They were talking to each other, but it didn't look like he was being disrespectful. Looked like he was maybe trying to clear something up or whatever. But man, he's got a big mouse on his eye. That elbow Goes might have done the old orbital bone. I mean, Silva was closing in, folks. He was smelling blood. He was going for it, and then Lopez hit this elbow.
I think it's the finger that he doesn't like.
Huh?
I think it's the finger that he didn't like. You know, when somebody's talking to you like this.
Yeah, here we go. Here he comes. Boom. Oh, and that was it. It was enough to wobble him, slice him. Look, he's holding on to the fence. Just putting it on. Yeah, it looked like right above, maybe.
I want to see that fight again, though.
I think one day we will, man. That was fun. Wow. He's gushing, man. Gushing blood. See, Silva's really passionate, Goes.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's really competitive. I don't think he's a sore loser. I just think he's competitive. And right now he's hurt because he lost, especially a fight that he was controlling. But I really think Lopez was trying to tell that corner, hey, I don't think he was talking shit. Because the corner was right there listening and they were saying something. I think, probably some Brazil stuff. Hey, like, hey, I disrespect you guys or whatever. I love Brazil. Who knows what he was saying? But John Silva could only see chirping going on while they were tending to him. And so then he came over and he gave, was it a punch or a push?
It looked like a punch to the back of the head.
A punch got someone banned from the UFC a long time ago. I don't think that would happen now. That was a little more dirty, though, what Paul Daly did to Josh Koscheck, but still.
It was, a little bit of an arm punch.
Yeah, that was a fun fight, man. So it was a mess.
over here we're in round 5 of 10.
God, he's still gushing blood. I mean, it looked like Jason got a piece of him. Jason Voorhees.
By the way, Purdue scored on the dumbest play you've ever seen, George.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You could see there's a mouse underneath the eye, and then there's a broken bone above the eyebrow.
You need a lot of stitches. Fight nerds need to turn it around, man. Things not going their way.
He said he wanted to show everyone that there's this level and a higher level. He wanted to show there's levels. Now he's talking in Spanish. Now he's saying Viva la raza. He's doing his own translation. He's shouting out the Mexicans. Out of his 27 wins, goes Diego Lopez has 23 finishes.
That's crazy.
Okay, they're showing this replay, and it looked like Silva anticipated the elbow. He was kind of covering up. He just couldn't get a full cover, though. Okay, DC just asked him about the spinning elbow, and he's saying in Portuguese that backstage he was actually working on this with his team.
I've never heard this before in boxing. The corner told the fighter, remember, you're the B side. Nobody gives a shit about you. So go out there and mess this dude up. All right.
I'm glad we came in an hour early. We got to see the end of that other fight where they threw down Font and Martinez, and now this one was excellent.
Yep. I'm making the switch over here now. I'm praying Netflix has no issue. If you remember what happened over at Tyson and Jake Paul, that was unbearable.
No, Diego, don't say that. He asked him, what do you think? You know, and he's like, well, if the UFC thinks I need one more fight, I'll take another fight. Dude, just insist on the title fight. Insist on the title fight. That's it. Granted, it would help if Volk lost. But maybe they'll give it to Evloev or Lerone Murphy. Who knows?
Mm-hmm. I think Lerone Murphy's earned it.
That river walk. Yeah, I suppose I don't want to see Diego Lopez and Volk just yet.
Well, this version of Diego Lopez is interesting, but I don't know. You could do those same things to Volk.
They were just doing the Spanish broadcast with Victor Davila, Alexa Grasso, and Santiago Ponzinibbio.
Davila.
So Mexican fighters went 5-0, goes the ones born in Mexico. And if you throw Diego Lopez as an honorary Mexican in this one,
there you go.
I wonder if they from San Antonio to Las Vegas private jet in time for the boxing.
Well, Hunter Campbell's there still, right? I thought I saw Dana earlier in the night, but I wasn't sure.
In San Antonio?
I thought I saw him, but then I was like, well, I don't think he'd be there this late. If you left now from San Antonio in a private jet,
it should be about a 3-hour flight.
Be pushing it.
Yeah, you're really pushing it. Well, that's the end of the that portion. MMA's over. Now it's all about the boxing world, folks. Cruz, Daniel Cormier, Brendan Fitzgerald were on the call tonight. Thank you to them. They did a great job. San Antonio, as a crowd, you guys came strong. I saw some fights that were just sucking the life out of that show. But in the end, it was a strong finish from the co-main and the main event, and then Mexico going 5-0 or 6-0 if you include Diego Lopez. That's a big night for them.
Looking at all the countries involved here in tonight's boxing, you got France, Guatemala, Mexico, United States, Ireland. What else? Saudi Arabia. Have you made up your mind yet on Crawford? Be swayed?
Well, the problem is I want Canelo Alvarez to win, but I think Crawford's going to win.
I actually changed my mind.
You think Canelo's going to win?
I've been on Crawford, and now I'm a little bit more swayed. I watched some fights last night, and I think I'm on Canelo now.
Explain.
Well, this is as easy as I can put it, and this is what I've been saying all week. However, so what I've been saying is, if they come out and box, Crawford can win this fight. If they fight, Canelo will win this fight. However, Crawford does get hit from time to time. He does get hit before by other guys. And a punch from Canelo, spot, I think he can back him off a little bit. I think if Canelo jab more than he has in other fights, I think he can bother Crawford a little bit, and it might throw him off, considering what Crawford's going to do is what other fighters have had success with Canelo is move around a lot, stick and move, make him chase you, frustrate him. I don't see Canelo. I think he did a better job of cutting the ring in some of his past fights, and I think he can do this with Crawford. So I'm leaning towards Canelo now. Crazy thing, though, is, man, those judges in boxing, you just never know what's going
on. You know what I did like was he looks like he's in great shape.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, I like, did you watch the series, the 2 episodes of their countdown?
Yeah.
Well, he brought in a Cuban fighter. He's only 8-0, but this Cuban fighter has the ability to switch from southpaw to orthodox, like that, right? Because Crawford's really good at doing that mid-round. And so he brought in actually a 160-pounder. So he brought in a big guy that can do it. He put a lot of work in with him. And like I say, he looked like he was in really, really good shape. So I think he's highly motivated. And therefore, you're going to see the best Canelo. Win or lose, it's not going to be a Canelo that phoned it in. He looks like he's really, really in great shape. Now that said, look at the shape Crawford's in, right? He looks pretty big too. And
you never have to worry about that with Crawford.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, like I'm just gonna really, really enjoy it. But I think I'll stand by what I said. Speed kills. And I know Canelo's got power. He hasn't really knocked down fighters too much in the last few years, and especially someone as good with technical abilities like Crawford. I think he's going to be even tougher. So
Aaron in our chat, I'm gonna try and say his last name, so I won't mess it up. We've been talking about this a little bit throughout the week too, George, but you got to throw a little money on the draw, right?
Yeah. In fact, I'm going to do that right now. It's not a bad call. Let's see what my institution has it at. Do you have odds?
Let's see. Let's pull those up here. Screen, by the way, at the top left, you'll see bet. You click on that, you will see the for the event. Do we have a draw? A draw is plus 1,200. Why not? What do you have to lose? Just sprinkle something on it. Thanks, Aaron.
Yeah, I can't find the draw. Mine doesn't have the draw available. Bummer. Maybe as the night wears on.
Maybe, yeah.
It'll pop up, but as of right now, I don't have it. Do you think Vargas can beat Walsh?
I do. But see, the thing about Fernando Vargas Jr. is he's a little mouthy and a little bit of a showboat. But when it comes to fight night and fighting, he's about as technical as you can get at that age. Like, he doesn't really let that get in the way. He doesn't really show too much ring. He picks his shots so well. Callum Walsh has been hit quite a few times in fights. I think Fernando can make him pay. But you also have to remember Dana White is a big Callum Walsh guy, right? I don't think he sets him up for a fight that he thinks he's going to lose. I think this is the perfect type of scenario, a guy with a big name, right? But I think Fernando can pull it off.
The first fight, by the way, is the other Crawford, Travis Crawford. He's fighting Muhammad Alakel. And Muhammad Alakel is like minus 1920. I know he's an undefeated fighter, but geez, where's the matchmaking in that one? You know what I'm saying? Like that's quite a disparity, man. Almost minus 2,000. That's like Cyborg fighting Laura.
Does she hear you? She might take offense and spit in your food right now.
Yeah.
You should have got that food.
I think she'd agree, though.
We are here on our screen, watching some of the highlights of previous Canelo fights. But throughout the night, we do have some things to show you guys, some stuff that we recorded through our connections in the boxing world, which have been kind of a lot. We've been doing our show, MMA Junkie Radio, for 18 years. And throughout that time, I mean, look, we love combat sports, so we're not going to shy away from boxing. And we've met a lot of people through boxing. And so sometimes they cross over into our world. Sometimes we cross over into theirs. And so we do have a lot of breakdowns tonight from people in both worlds, MMA and boxing. And we'll play those throughout the night. When do you want to throw up the first one, George?
Now might not be a bad time.
Okay, so we're going to go with Jacob Stitch Duran. I guess local and a boxing cut man and an actor. You probably
and a former MMA cut man and a former BKFC cut man too. He loved that one.
And a former Marine. Now what?
Airman.
Airman, yeah. Right. Let's go to that.
Yeah, see, this is a kind of a historical fight, one way or the other. You got Crawford coming up a couple weight divisions, and I knew Turkey had mentioned one time about doing the weigh-ins the day of the fight. I don't think that went well. I don't think that they're going to prove it. But the reason they did away with that is because fighters could not hydrate in plenty of time. So if that was to happen the day of the weigh-ins, would it give Crawford the advantage over Canelo that would have to dry out? So anyway, I don't think that's going to happen. But how do I see the fight? You know, you got Crawford that's, and around, you got Canelo that's flat-footed, the typical Mexican fighter. It's going to be a game of strategy, and do I see it going the distance? I see it going the distance. Who's going to win? That one I don't know. But yeah, I think, I think you'll be able to see it going the distance. Now, I always look at fights on the probability of cuts, who's going to get a cut and who's not going to get a cut. And I think it's important for both teams to have a good cut man in their corner because they are going to be going toe-to-toe. One thing I could say is they will be going toe-to-toe.
Thank you to Uncle Stitch. Again, boxing Hall of Famer. I think one day will be an MMA Hall of Famer. Although it's been a few years since he's worked in MMA, that's for sure. But man, I remember him, there at the Tough Finale, and even before, some other events that he did. And then about 10 years ago, his run ended with the UFC. But man, what a great guy. One of the, I still stand by this. MMA, I think sports, but especially sports or combat sports, a little grimy. There's some really not the best people. And I think I've used the number 95% of the people I meet, okay, you don't really get to know them, but you just, for whatever reason, you're like, well, I don't know if I'm going to continue, knowing them or whatever. But there's a 5% that's awesome, golden, great people. Stitch is in that for me.
I mean, the guy's class act. He's just such a good human being. Funny too. He's not a square. He's always making us laugh and just with our sense of humor. But yeah, great guy overall.
Here we go, Goze. I got a plate of some Mexican food right here. That looks like this spicy chipotle sauce, or what is that?
I know people got jealous when they heard that crunch. I got jealous, and I'm upstairs.
You already had one, right?
Yeah. Gotta test it, make sure it was good. What if it was poison? So this
I
is
hope
weird.
most of you are having Mexican food at home on this Mexican Independence weekend.
On your Netflix broadcast, what are you watching? I'm watching almost like a pre-show, but on the other broadcast, it was the actual fight. Let me see if there's different broadcasts we can watch.
I'm watching an ad, and it looks like it's 3 minutes long.
Yeah, me too. Chrissy J is asking, did you guys see Lopez? Yep. He was a badass tonight. If that Lopez shows up every night, people better be on blast. What do you think has to happen with the fight nerds?
Well, let's examine. Lopez just fought for the title, so we know he's high level. And Imavov beat a former champ before he beat Borayo, so we know he's high level. And he lose to? Oh, Benoit Denis. Yeah, that one he looked a little out of his element. He, obviously, I would say wrestle. Jean Silva got taken down a couple times by Diego Lopez. So maybe wrestling there as well. He got mounted and he was kept there for a couple minutes. He got opened up with the elbows, but he was able to get out of it, whereas Rufy didn't have many answers. Borayo just looked like a guy that, I know there's something about the whole he didn't fight for a year. Imavov's good, but I'm telling you, Goze, something had to be up with 2 weight cuts in 3 weeks. That had to be draining. I believe Sean Strickland on that one.
Yeah. I don't care what kind of science you got it down to, your body's just not meant to do that. That's why I stopped years ago.
I would start with wrestling and maybe less distractions. I see them at a lot of events. And when you travel, are you missing a day, going to, coming from? Are your workouts as hard when you're in a visiting gym versus, when you work out at home?
Mm-hmm.
You let your nutrition slip? Because I guarantee you there's a lot of people that they stay home and they work and they get their proper sleep, proper nutrition, proper rest, even when they're not sleeping. And sometimes that makes the difference,
I would argue that all those things that they've done have helped them become this popular, but that's done. They're popular now. Now maybe a step back. Travel together as a team, go somewhere. If you're not going to bring people in, go to another gym for a couple of weeks, get different looks. But across the board, you can almost say, they just, something's happened. They kind of got dominated in their fights.
I just don't want to overreact. Well, Silva, not too much, though. I just don't want to overreact and say fraud checked.
No, not at all.
Real, or it just sucks when 3 of them lose in 2 weekends,
Mm-hmm.
2 of them one night and then the next one the other night. But man, Silva was putting it on Lopez, dude.
Yeah. What the hell's Mario Lopez doing right now? Did you like that tequila he gave us? It wasn't bad. I'm kind of picky when it comes to tequila too.
Well, the first fight, like I said, has got big odds. I don't think too many people are interested in that one, but things start to pick up. And, we have Canelo versus Crawford. And then we have Vargas versus Walsh. And then that Martinez kid from Guatemala against Mandolby. Is that his name?
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be big. With this one, Alakel and Ornelas,
it's one-sided.
Yeah, it looks like a tune-up fight.
Is this Heidi Andro?
No. Oh, yeah, it is. She put a little blonde in her hair, right?
Think so. Chris says draw. That could very well be, man. You'll make a lot of money if you bet it, though. That's for sure.
Definitely don't wait for the fight to start because the draw will drop. A lot of UFC draws used to be plus 7,000. A couple must have hit and they went down to plus 5,000. But I haven't seen one hit in a long time.
The stadium's starting to fill up a little bit more, considering it's the start of the main card. The ring is clear, so hopefully they start getting the fighters in.
It's 6:15. We haven't even heard from Manic yet, right?
Well, he was calling the fight, so they just had a fight wrap up right now. They were doing their broadcast wasn't showing that fight.
Yep, Canelo on your screen.
Yeah, staring at me like I stole something.
These taquitos are delicious. What are you all eating? Mexican food at home? Wings and watermelon.
There's something I
That's a
don't
weird
remember.
combo.
Do you remember our neighbor Marco?
Mhm.
He one time mixed with, is it orange juice or some? There's something that you're not supposed to mix it with, either milk or something like that. And I mean, within like 5 minutes, he was violently throwing up everywhere.
He did it on purpose as a dare or something he
No.
didn't know?
He didn't know. And then when they asked him, like, what'd you have today? And he said, somebody kind of gave him the, you big idiot, you can't do that. I had no idea. I think it was milk and watermelon. I know that if you mix 7-Up and bananas, that'll make you throw up fast too.
Really?
Yeah.
Would have never guessed that. What'd you think of Max Kellerman playing Joe Rogan at the weigh-ins? It looked like he lacked a little energy.
The thing's all right. A lot of people come down on Max. I actually like Max.
I like him too, but I thought he should have been more of a booming presence.
Yeah, I mean, I could see it a little bit. I thought he was okay though. You remember
A
that
lot of the
fight?
guys have their personal vlogs, and someone was following the Vargas family, and the guy goes, he was talking to Fernando Jr. and Fernando Sr., and then he goes, all right, man, pleasure talking with the Hall of Famer and future Hall of Famer. But when he said it, Fernando Sr. stuck around, whereas Jr. was already like, thanks, and walking away. And, Fernando Vargas, he went through a time when he was a little slow. And I'm glad he's back. He communicates well and he talks well, but he was struggling about 20 years ago or something like that, 15 years ago. Anyway, he hears future Hall of Famer and he stares at the guy. He tells him, future? He goes, no, I meant, your son. You're the Hall of Famer. He goes, damn right, motherfucker. It was so funny, man. But the way he stared at him, he kind of like, future, like, bitch, I did my time. You better recognize.
Do you remember when he was in our studio?
Fernando's funny, man.
Yeah, I like him. Do you remember when he was in our studio?
Mm-hmm.
He was super nice, him and his wife. It was when they were doing their reality series.
The kids were teenagers then.
Younger than that, I think. Were they?
Well,
Yeah.
Fernando Jr. and Amato were probably teenagers. The other one was probably like 7. Top Rank, I think, is really excited about the young one. His name's Emiliano. He's only 21. He's got like 17 wins, 15 KOs, and he's got real good technical boxing. Not to say the other two, all 3 of them are undefeated. But
Man,
they're excited about the 21-year-old.
thank you. I'll let you guys see what's going on here. Hopefully I don't spill this on the laptop. Poor Amir Khan, man. Every time they show highlights of a high-level boxer, thank you. He's always getting served up.
Yeah.
Yogi, beat it.
Didn't he fight both of these guys?
Does that work? Yeah. They got murked by both of them.
Nice. Tilt it a little bit more so people can see it.
Huh?
Tilt it a little so people can see what's in the bowl.
I'm going to spill it over the laptop.
No, you won't. Do it like me, and you just got to tilt it like 45 degrees. Thank you, Laura. It's delicious.
That looks cool, man. I don't know what's with the UFC. They could be doing shit like this too.
Yeah, there
Not
you go.
every card.
Guacamole and rice and taquitos. spicy too. Dana's stubborn. This should be a slam dunk. He even said when that stadium was built, he'd have a show there. I don't know why he's acting like, nah, I only do arena shows. For one, you've done stadium shows. I'm like 4 or 5. None of them. And not for you to do them every single time. Once a year, once every 2 years, do one, dummy.
Aspinall Jones could have been one. I like that they're in the tuxedos. That's pretty dope.
Answer me right now. You think Jones is on the White House card or no?
No. No, I don't think so. I don't think Connor is either.
I think it'll work out and Jones will be on. But I think Jones should take a fight first, destroy someone. Yeah, because he's an American. And
who are you gonna take? They just reportedly offered him $30 million, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now you're gonna say, instead fight this guy, and they ain't gonna offer him anything near that. I don't know. I don't think he makes it.
Well, like I say, I think they're gonna need big American names to fight on the card. And I don't know if they can go 5-0 like the Mexicans did tonight, but I think they're going to want to do the Americans to do well. If Kayla's fighting Amanda, that's not an easy proposition. But I don't think she'll fight Amanda there. I think she'll fight Amanda at the end of this year or early next year.
Mm-hmm.
And then if they put her up against Pena or Aldana or Pennington, I think you could favor her in those.
You think she gets past Amanda, though? I don't think so.
I don't know. The UFC's only got one American champion, and it's Kayla. Kayla's visited with the president. So we'll see. But I just think the UFC has a superstar problem, and they're going to want this to be. I mean, he said, I'm going to build the biggest card possible. And if Jones has fought by then and whacked somebody, and if Aspinall beats Gone, I think it could be Jones versus Aspinall. I don't think Jones will get $30 million for fighting someone else. That was for the Aspinall fight. But
you think that just the fact that it's on the White House lawn is enough to motivate that guy and $30 million wasn't? Think about who he is.
It's a combination of the White House and $30 million.
But I agree with you. He's got to take a fight before then. I don't think he'll do it for what they're offering.
I think he'll take a fight before then. I don't know if it'll be Pavlovich or who it'll be, but it'll be someone beats that person and all gets past Gone. Then I think it'll be in the running. Because remember UFC 300, it was going to be Connor and then the toe, and then they had the panic and. Once they're calling names and someone's ready to go or not, I bet you there was a few times that Pereira was like, "No, the fuck, I just fought," but he did it. He stepped up. But the UFC, I don't know that they've always gotten their best option. It's been tough, and traditionally, International Fight Week hasn't gone smooth for the UFC on a lot of occasions. So if it's not going smooth and Jones is lingering, the UFC might have to, do it.
Look at the stadium. All the lights are going.
That looks cool. I really like that.
I guess this is kind of their version of the Bob O'Reilly, maybe, that they play in the UFC.
Yeah, I should turn the volume. Let's see what. See, Dana used to say, we can't fight at Croke Park in Ireland because they have some regulation past 1 a.m. and we need to do the traditional 10 p.m. Eastern start time. So back then it was a stadium issue. It was a time issue. Of course, they go other parts of the world and start at 3 a.m. So, okay, I get it. They couldn't make it happen with Conor McGregor, but then there's other places that he'd say, yeah, Hawaii, man, it rains. I can't trust the weather. Bro, this stadium is literally 5 minutes from the UFC PI. It's inside and air conditioned. So there ain't going to be no rain or extreme heat or nothing. It's going to be right down our alley. You like to break records, and I'm pretty sure this one broke the stadium record. So he likes breaking records. So either these guys or WWE owns it, right? Because they had WrestleMania, and I think they're going to have the next WrestleMania. So why wouldn't you want to be a part of that? Why wouldn't you want to be a part of that and try and attract enough people, to get excited about a card that you can put together and load it up like you did with UFC 300? But you got to have obviously a good, you're going to have to write some checks, but he didn't take a loss at the Sphere because I think he was set to lose 20 million. But Riyadh season came in as a sponsor. He has resources out there that can pick up some of that.
It can't be. It's got to be a big major card, but pull it off.
Exactly. So years ago, K1, I believe, not Pride, I think one of those Japanese promotions had a show, and the rumor was 90,000. And I read up on it. Yeah, I read up a little bit. It was at the Tokyo Dome or the Saitama Super, whatever, one of those. And then I read up on it, and it appeared that it was overly inflated, and it was closer to like 71,000. And from what I hear, Allegiant Stadium can be configured to beat that. So you could break the record for the biggest attendance ever in MMA. You could break the Allegiant Stadium record for a gate. And another thing was he used to say it's expensive for all the rigging to send that overseas or to contract it overseas. Well, it's all in town now. They just did a WrestleMania, and I think WWE is supposed to be moving to Vegas as well. So I'm sure they have all this stuff. The production team is fully equipped nowadays, to do all this lighting and rigging and. Oh. And my final point would be, you've priced out a lot of fans. So bring some of them back. Make the tickets $50. Way the hell up there, but get them in that arena.
How much did you pay to sit up at the top?
Give everyone a T-shirt. I'd pay $100.
I think I would too.
And give everyone a T-shirt on the way in, like a commemorative or something like that. Have a few Pride fighters signing autographs in the concourse. Have a few of them maybe walking out with some of the newer fighters. Have anybody that's left in WEC, I don't know if Cub Swanson's done or not, have him walk out with a WEC glove, or like Goze said. That's a Goze idea, by the way. Brittany Palmer and Ariana, I don't know, but just make it historical, make it special enough that we shut up for the next 2 or 3 years. And then after that goes by, we'll go, hey, how about another stadium card? But there's no way he makes it sound like he's gonna sit there like this, goes all pissed off, like, you guys made me do this bullshit. I only like arena shows. I don't like stadium shows. He's gonna fucking love it. He loved WWE's WrestleMania. I'm sure he's loving tonight. I'm sure he loved the Sphere. He hadn't even thought of the Sphere until Tom Brady said, let's go watch E2. And then he goes, oh my God, this is awesome. And I can't believe these two events haven't registered. Oh my God, this is awesome.
I guess the fear is you fill up the top, right? Those are affordable, but the big dollar seats you don't, maybe. And then you have to lower price. I don't know. It just doesn't make any sense. I don't understand. Like everything about it seems so cool. It seems like it'd be a good idea, but you do it.
He said something. I can't remember what interview he did that something's been getting him excited, but I can't remember how to do with exciting or stadium shows or something that's new or what. But that trainer that's coming out, that's Gennady Golovkin's trainer, right?
Behind him, I can't see.
Yeah, behind him, yeah, that guy.
I don't know.
Yeah, I believe he's Gennady
I believe I
Golovkin.
just did that.
So this guy's like a minus 2,000 favorite, folks. I don't know if by KO the odds drop. But they basically told you he's fighting a bum. I don't like to call people bums nowadays. I used to when I was younger, but he's fighting a bum, according to the odds. Why in the hell would someone be minus 2,000?
Well, especially when somebody's 5-0. I mean, like, how can you trust that?
And he's only got one KO. Man, you know what? I'm gonna put $10 on the other guy.
Oh yeah.
Anything can happen. Abel Sanchez, that's his name. They already took the odds off. Very poor by this sportsbook. It's clear they haven't started. The arena's filling up.
For the sake of, look, the odds are just too big. Our job is to pick a winner, but I think
I wouldn't bet Alakel. That's too much.
Pickle buffer.
So Martinez must have done the undercard.
Now, here's what I've always said about Noche cards. What I would do is I'd have Buffer and Martinez, and I'd have Martinez do the Mexican guy, and whatever race the other guy is fighting, whether he's Brazilian, American, whatever, I'd have Buffer do that guy. Those guys actually, I've met all three of them. The Buffers are great. Joe Martinez is great. I've never met Jimmy Lennon Jr. before, have you? I've always wanted to meet him.
Jimmy Lennon Jr. I've not met. I think he's got an awesome voice though, because I remember the dad. So to hear it for like 60 years is pretty fun.
Who was PFL WWE? What was her name?
Lillian Garcia.
She was super sweet too.
Yeah, she was starting to grow on me too. I think Michael Williams from Bellator is excellent.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a booming voice. So the ring card girls, I think, are Red Dela Cruz and Chrissy Blair, right?
Yeah.
From the UFC. Look, that's just a great panoramic view. It does not look like tonight sucks. Dana's tripping. I'm sorry.
What time would you have showed up for this card? If you were watching it?
I probably would have shown up with 2 fights left in the prelims, just in case anything goes wrong. But I would have been seated for this. Imagine how well he's treated when he gets back home if he wins.
Mm-hmm.
Just like Hamzat Shemaev. Imagine the gifts he got.
No. Are we pretty close as far as times?
We'll find out. Have you started?
No. Have you?
Nope. No,
Just
I have. Yep. Nice. Netflix. Everyone's on the same wavelength. Jeez. Nice jab by Alakel.
They look sharp.
Look at that one, too. Is slick.
Crawford is very defensive Like anything that Alakel does, he reacts.
If you ever have a chance, for those of you at home, if you ever have a local boxing show, go to it. Go, and you'll save a lot of money because it won't be the most known talent, but still, if you love MMA but you love the boxing component of MMA, go to one of those shows so you can see just the difference of how slick these jabs are. I mean, of course, we all have eyes. We can see it with our eyes. I get that. But when you're in person, you're just reminded of it a little bit more, especially if you have a decent seat. And then as you start going towards the main event, and you just start seeing just how tight their defense is, how slick their jab is. They pump it and they bring it back. The 1-2s, the shots to the body, they just throw them so perfectly. And then don't hold the MMA guys to that, because they got to learn a bunch of skills, not just boxing. But you can see, obviously, it'll help you understand what you're watching on the MMA side when it comes to the boxing component.
Alakel right now is by far the sharper boxer.
Who was the fight that we went to see at Manly Bay when we ran into Roberto Duran, Sergey Kovalev, and Andre Ward?
Yeah, that was part of that Super 6 tournament.
Yeah. I remember as they were moving closer and closer and getting up to the faster, the more talented guys, you could just tell the difference. Even the main eventers make these guys look like, they're in another world. And they are. Some of these guys are only going to go 4 rounds, 6 rounds, 8 rounds. But now I see why Alakel's in there. He's from Saudi Arabia, so I'm sure this was an opportunity for Riyadh season to get one of theirs in. Because I was wondering, minus 2,000, why is he in there? Maybe they just didn't get him a good enough opponent. I think the original opponent dropped out.
This guy's pretty small. Crawford looks pretty small. Alakel doesn't move forward. He should be the one that's backing Crawford up, looking to get that KO, get that stoppage. But he seems content, just kind of laying back here and picking his shots. It's the end of round 1. That's a round for Alakel, I think, very easily.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say he dominated him, but he was ahead of him on everything.
I'm going to get a little more food. I'll be right back.
Okay. So far, so good here in the boxing. The Netflix broadcast is pretty sharp. I like John Anik. I like the team that they've assembled. So far, I'm pretty impressed. Not that we've seen other boxing broadcasts and thought this is the worst thing on earth, but they tend to shake it up a lot in different names and different styles. And for being a group that's never worked together, they're doing pretty well. The arena is probably 25% that. So big, there's so many chairs that are empty right now, but I would say compared to other boxing cards, if we go to the same time frame, there's usually less people. So maybe there's a little bit more buzz here. Nice jab from Alakel. Crawford still very, very defensive. He does. He's trying to let his hand go a little bit more. Alakel lands a nice left hook to the head. Straight right hand. Breaks through the defense of Crawford. Crawford got a little bit of movement, a little bit more head movement than Alakel has, but he's not really throwing too much. And when he does, there's not much behind it. He's having trouble getting inside here. Crawford lands a nice right hand and backs Alakel up a little bit. It got his attention. I wouldn't say it hurt him. but it definitely got his attention. Alakel on the ropes now. Crawford teeing off a little bit. Not a whole lot going on, though. I think Crawford's starting to earn a little bit of respect here. A better round for him, that's for sure. Nice uppercut from Alakel. Round
What's
two's
your
better than
time? What's your seconds and your minutes?
106, 105,
Okay.
4.
Yeah, we're pretty close.
As we go through the broadcast, we'll share some of these breakdowns. I mean, look, this fight, I have heard so many different types of breakdowns, different outcomes from different high-level, fighters, pundits. So we're going to share a lot of those with you guys.
Who's the next one?
Kevin Iole.
Recently retired.
Mm-hmm. This fight got announced like a couple weeks after he retired. This would have been a nice one to go out on, I think.
Agreed.
Alakel is backing up Crawford now into the corner. That is the end of round 2. If you look at their faces, Crawford's a little bit more banged up, but not too bad.
This is set up perfectly for Alakel, man. He could be a hero tonight in Saudi Arabia. He could probably fly home on that jet with His Excellency.
Probably, yeah.
I kind of get a kick out of that now. I used to think, do we really have to call him His Excellency? But now I kind of like it. I mean, he's moving mountains, to create big shows. So whatever he wants to be called.
Would you kiss the hand? You got to play by the rules, right?
In this country, yeah. Here, I think I'd extend the hand. I mean, unless everyone's kissing the hand, then I guess.
Extend the hand. Well, he's going to do that. So he's going like this. What's your move? Fist bump?
If it's one-on-one, I'm shaking his hand. If there's 10 of us that are meeting him and everyone else is kissing his hand, I'll probably kiss his hand. What I don't want to miss out on is him going, let's all get Rolexes. And I get left behind because I wasn't proper. He just seems like he's got, his idea of fun is like a once in a lifetime.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's standing around at ringside. No one's paying. I think Alakel can get the KO if he wants. He just seems so accurate with all of his punches, his uppercuts, his hooks, his jab, his 1-2 combos are very crisp. And it looks like they got speed and pop too.
I think he should be pushing himself more, especially in this environment. I think he can go to the body more too. Like Crawford's defense is so high and just so tight. Still, some Alakel's finding a way through it. He just landed a stiff right hand. Ooh, big right hand from Alakel.
Crawford's not back down though. If you had a $10,000 front row seat, and you didn't pay $10,000, but someone gifted it to you, fair and square. And then His Excellency comes up to you and says, "Hey, we messed up the count. We need that seat. I'm gonna send you back a little bit, but I owe you one. Would you do it?"
So I'm not gonna refund me of my money, and I gotta miss out on the fight.
No, you get a seat somewhere in the stadium.
Oh,
It's just
okay.
you go back, but he owes you one.
He owes me one. How much different is my seat now?
Well, we sat for UNLV Syracuse.
Yeah, I'm good with that. I mean, you better come through with something. Because that is a hell of a switch. I mean, I was right there front row.
What are you thinking? Like an Audi A7 or?
Oh,
He owes you one, dude.
yeah, I didn't think it'd be like that.
He's
though.
a sheik. He's a billionaire.
I thought it would be more along like, hey, the next card, VIP. But hell yeah, give me an Audi. You could have the other seat too. I'll go home and watch it.
Luckily, this weekend was a little cooler than others.
It's supposed to get cooler now.
Am I missing something? I never seen those stairs going up into the stadium. Is that new?
No. Well, they have a ramp on the side too. Nice body shot from Crawford. Alakel looks, but I don't know that. Nice left hook coming in. Great time by Alakel. I don't know that he's somebody that I say give him a couple years and he's somebody we got to look out for.
His fundamentals are really good, but yeah, he lacks power. It seems like.
Yeah,
The speed's there, but it also looks like he could put on some weight and muscle too and grow into that. He's a really thin guy. That's probably how Oscar looked when he was an amateur, you know.
Mm-hmm. Nice left hand from Alakel. Backs up Crawford. Crawford's got some swelling on that right eye. He comes in, he lands a stiff jab, but doesn't seem to bother Alakel. Nice body shot from Crawford. I'm inviting him in. He's up the ropes. He's covered up, but Crawford wasn't really taking the bait. But you got to score something. Oh, another nice left hand from Alakel.
Very nice.
So my seat is basically where that. Let's see. Yeah, that would suck.
Guy in the blue suit. I just think if there's someone in the world that you want them to owe you one, he's high up there.
You're kind of hoping he says, "Come to me," though, right?
Yeah.
We'll talk about it back home.
Oh yeah.
You'll know kind of right away if he gives you like an American Airlines ticket for United. You go, oh man.
Yeah, I want Etihad. Business class. Who else do you think would be fun if they owed you one?
Dana?
Maybe Michael Jordan?
Jordan doesn't strike me as Well, he does some cool stuff from time to time. Didn't he just buy his the custodian from his elementary school? Did he just buy him a house, something like that?
Mm-hmm.
Seen it. Well, I can't say never, but so many people fight, man. Nobody really like gives a shit breakdown. They've got pretty good reasons as to why Canelo could win, as to why Crawford could win. That's what makes the fight so compelling.
That guy on the right, wasn't he in the Warriors? Hi Hats, I think was the name of the gang.
Yeah. Look at edgy Pee Wee Herman. Crawford coming out a little bit stronger here in the start of round 5. Alakel's jab is nice. He meets him with it every single time. You're right. The fundamentals he's got down. It's just you want to see a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more power on that shot.
Look how his hands come back and he protects his chin. Like his hands go out and they come back. He seems to protect them very well. And they're straight. They're just very straight. And when he wants to throw hooks, he throws nice hooks too, but he doesn't seem to be hurting his opposition. But he's only got 1 KO out of 5 wins. As much as there's an incentive to do well here and win in front of His Excellency, there might also be nerves. Probably be way worse to lose in front of him than to win in front of him. What I mean by that is to win would be an absolute high, but man, to lose, eek. I don't know if His Excellency would be too happy.
That would be brutal. A hook from Alakel lands. Crawford chasing him. He finally gets, but when he gets to him, he doesn't really unleash. He's just following him around the ring. For those of you wondering, that voice is familiar to you. If you're a mixed martial arts fan, that is John Anik. However, John Anik has called boxing before. He's done that plenty of times. At this highest of level, no. But the guy's a consummate professional. Trust me. He got it down. He'll be ready.
He had a boxing show back in the Northeast too, about 20 years ago.
Did he really?
Mm-hmm. And he was part of the original ESPN MMA show.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was called MMA Live. It was him and Molly Karam, who now hosts the show with Stephen A. Smith. What's it called?
Pardon the interruption? That one? Or?
No.
Oh, no. Oh my God, what is that called? First Take.
First Take, yeah. So Molly's the moderator there. So it was John. And then it was a guy named Franklin McNeil, a black guy, right? He was an MMA analyst.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was the 3. And then I want to say there was a guest fighter or something like that. But the UFC wasn't on ESPN. ESPN didn't really warm up to MMA. This was like 10 years before the ESPN and MMA or in UFC went into business together. I just wonder how much ESPN is going to be into MMA once the Paramount era starts.
Who's the last person finally MMA? You know, like little by little, ESPN finally gave in. CBS, ABC, right? Disney. You know who?
Who?
Red Bull.
They're in MMA now?
No, but I'm saying they're still out there where their stance is like, we just don't like it. That's why you see so much monster.
Round 6 of 10 starting out. Alakel versus Crawford. This is the first of 4 fights on this main card for this Canelo versus Crawford watch along. So far, everything's gone Netflix. I think we're all synced up. I haven't seen any buffering. Good body shot by Alakel.
This Crawford kid's just overwhelmed, man. But you get called up for a fight like this, you gotta take it.
Hell yeah.
But he's just not up to the level that this kid is. I'll give him this. He doesn't stop coming forward.
Oh, that voice you hear is Skipper Kelp, UNLV boxing coach, good friend of Dana White. He's going to be calling the unofficial scores, maybe.
Yeah.
Looks like he's playing the Dean Thomas role. You see what Dean Thomas recently said about women's MMA? He says it's kind of lost its luster a little bit.
I mean, nice shot from Alakel. That straight right hand's been landing all night. I mean, can you really argue with him? It has dropped off. I wouldn't say it's completely lost, but it's taken a step back.
I think it lost its star power. I mean, no more Ronda, no more Cyborg, at least in the UFC. I think she was only there for 3 fights.
Amanda.
Yeah, Holly Holm is gone. Amanda's gone. Misha's almost done. Joanna Jędrzejczyk's gone. Claudia Gadelia's gone.
Carla Esparza.
Yeah, Felice Herrick. I mean, there was some characters too. You know, she wasn't a world champ or none, but there was some characters. Michelle Watterson, I think, just retired.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of non-English speakers, I think, as well. Rose is still there, though. She was in the same season as Carla.
Crawford's being a little bit more aggressive in this round. He's still chasing, though, and he's getting met every time they get within distance. Alakel's got something for him. Crawford now backs up to the center of the, I'm used to saying the center of the cage, center of the ring.
You know who I thought could be a big star was Kat Zingano. She had a good personality.
Yeah. She's still doing her thing. Mostly on Instagram.
Salute, everyone.
Molly McCann actually got a win. Somebody brought her up in the chat.
In boxing?
Yeah, in boxing. Did you see that?
Was it on this card, on the undercard, or in Europe or
I
UK?
think it was in Europe.
I heard she was going to box, but I didn't know.
Place is filling up a little bit more. Start of round 7, 7 of 10. At the start of every round, Crawford seems to let his hands go more. Find his mark here and there, but on it, nothing that concerns us at all. Now this has now been probably 6 rounds of dominant boxing for Alakel. Now he's got to do something special.
I agree. Maybe this should have only been like a 6-rounder. Because it's already 7 o'clock. That means out of this whole main card, they said at one point, I saw a USA Today article that the main eventers are expected to walk at 8:15. I don't see that.
There's no way that's gonna happen.
We still got 2 more fights left before that. What if they go the distance? Although that Moldavi guy,
Oh,
I heard he goes after it. Yeah, nice shot there, Alakel. He made Crawford look like Glass Joe the way his head turned. But Crawford still keeps pressing forward. Oh, nice shot there by Crawford.
oh, Alakel answers with a good left hand. Some blood coming out of Crawford's nose now. Alakel's turning it up a little bit more in this round. Still feel like if he really wanted to, he could put this kid away. A lot of heart from Crawford, though.
I'm not too happy with the way the ambiance sounds. Like, even if they were cheering, it doesn't look like it fully picked them up. It almost sounds like they're importing that noise, like it's fake noise. I don't know.
I have it kind of low, so I can't hear it too well, but
Maybe I'm too used to what I saw in Paris, France, man. That was so loud, dude, for everything.
they were buzzing. That is the end of round 7. 7, right?
It is, yeah. Has Canelo walked in yet?
Go to Crawford Canelo.
Yeah.
What'd you think of his house?
Nice.
Crawford's corner is asking him if he's okay to fight.
How many of his brothers are part of his team? I know he's got like 7 brothers, right? Or 6 brothers?
Does he really?
Yeah.
Wait, who?
Canelo.
Oh, I thought you were talking about this kid.
He's like the youngest of 7 boys or 6 boys. And I think a few of them boxed. And I think a few of them like are managers or they have roles, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Looks like he's pitching a shutout. According to Skipper Kelp's unofficial scorecard, he's got Alakel up 70-63 after 7 rounds. I think I'd find it hard to disagree with that.
Yeah.
It's not like a blowout because Crawford is in his face, but he seems to eat 1 or 2 big punches that just sway every round in favor of Alakel. But what I'm not seeing goes is a minus 2,000. Remember those were the odds before the fight started? Let me see if I find any live odds.
It's nowhere near that. It would have been over by now. To Crawford's credit, he's still throwing. He's still hanging in there. He just doesn't have much success with what he's doing. Alakel hasn't really thrown very many punches this round. Round 8 of 10. If you guys are just joining in, we're the MMA Junkie Radio team. Yes, this is boxing. We get that. But it's a big night in combat sports. We cover combat sports. So we thought, what the hell? Let's do one of these. These are pretty successful when we do them for mixed martial arts, for UFC pay-per-views, occasional PFL. We thought, why not? Let's try it for boxing.
I don't have live odds.
Alakel is at minus 1,200.
Okay, so they are less than the original. I think Alakel would really get the crowd into it right now, and he'd score a lot of points back home and ringside.
A lot of people not watching the front row. Stadium's filling up though, right?
Yeah, once the drone gets out there and shows us, we'll be able to tell. But if you're in my NFL Survivor pool, don't forget to make your pick. Every Sunday, the cutoff is 10 a.m. Pacific. Unless you play the Thursday game, you got to play it before then.
Nice left hand from Alakel. 14 seconds left in round 8. It's kind of rinse and repeat, guys. I think this has probably been Crawford's better round.
Why not step on the gas, though?
Yeah, I don't know. He doesn't look tired at all. Nothing. His punches are. It really does seem like if he wanted to, he could.
I think we also had Abel Sanchez on the show goes once.
I think so too. Here's Canelo.
Okay, the crowd picks up a little bit.
I remember reacting to meeting Roberto Duran, meeting Roy Jones Jr. How would you react to meeting Canelo?
I mean, I would dig it, but it wouldn't be as big of a deal to me as meeting Duran.
Spanish or English?
Spanish.
Round 9 of 10.
Yep.
A little bit more bounce in Alakev's step. Nice little dig to the body on Crawford.
So yesterday, the high school I went to, the number 1 team in the nation, they lost. It's still, folks. Here's the deal. We have not lost to another high school in 10 years other than St. John Bosco. And because they're a rival of ours, and they're good too. So if not for them, we hadn't lost to another school in 10 years. And I think we hold an advantage over Bosco right now, 9-3 or something like that. So even that team that's beat us, we've gotten the better of them. But yesterday, we're down 28-0. I couldn't believe it, what I was witnessing. 28-0 in the first quarter. I was like, what the hell? The other team we played is good too, Corona. But we've just beaten them every year. And so next thing you know, they're out 28-0. And all of a sudden, it's 33-7 at half. At the end of the fourth quarter, it was 33-30. And then we took a lead on them, 36-33. And those guys answered back with a nice drive, tied the game, and then won the game by scoring a touchdown. In between all that, we had a fumble. We had a big personal foul penalty where we sacked the quarterback. It would have been like 4th and 18, but they gave him a first down because one of our down linemen kind of stepped on one of their guys.
Oh,
Then we missed an extra point, and then we had an interception. We had 6 turnovers altogether, Goes, and we still almost won.
that's crazy.
But I was telling a buddy of mine,
Whoa.
Dave from MMA Bobblehead. I told him, bro, I go, Manchester United, they let me down a lot. 49ers, they're not going to go undefeated. I'm talking about the fall season. Lakers start, in October, November. USC Trojans.
Dodgers,
they don't win it every year. But the one thing I could count on was modern day football. We're just an absolute machine that never loses games. We win our CIF title, which is the local Southern California, then the state title, and then the national title. We're the best high school team in America. And it's so fun to flex that every fall. I always put the rankings up on my page. It's basically a copy and paste. And it's cool because I get to say Santa Ana Mater Dei because that's where we're from, Santa Ana, and that's where Mater Dei is. And to come back from 33-7 and think, oh my God, we're going to survive yet again. And then all of a sudden just choke it back to those guys, man. Oh, that stung. Well, they gave that round to Crawford. Other than that, it's been a shutout for Alakel.
but he ended the round with a good 3-punch combo. It didn't look like it hurt Alakel, but it definitely got his attention.
There's 2 other states that like to flex too, because I go in a lot of chat rooms about this. Texas and Florida, they swear they got the best high school football. The problem is the Cali teams go up there and bitch slap them every year. And I mean, maybe not every single opponent. Like sometimes a couple other Cali teams will come back and maybe lose once, but they'll usually win, even the non-Mater Dei. And this year we beat the team that Michael Irvin went to, the Joey Bosa, Nick Bosa, Asante Samuel. It's called St. Thomas Aquinas in Fort Lauderdale. They're a powerhouse. We jumped on them like 21-0, and then it was a close game at the end. A few years ago, we went to Duncanville, I think they're called, in the Dallas area. They're supposed to be pretty hard. We beat them 45-3. And like I said, we've just been on an incredible roll, but finally someone got us, man. Luckily, USC's pretty good this year, and the Niners, they won, although we're very injured again. You know Brock Purdy's not playing?
Turf toe, right?
$55 million we just gave that guy. And he's out with a toe injury. 5 weeks, Pop.
If Alakel had a wedding tomorrow, nobody would go, hey, what'd you do yesterday? Like, he's not banged up at all. I get it, get some rounds, all that, but he should have done more with this.
I agree.
It's a big stage. They finished this kid off.
He hasn't thrown like a lot of combos. They're usually 1 or 2 punches. He just did a 4-punch combo a second ago. He's fighting more not to lose than to win, but how are you minus 2,000? Right. This guy's only 5-0. That means the other guy must be trash to give you the minus 2,000.
But the other kid's like 7-4, right, or something like that.
Something like that, yeah. Well, he's gonna win. That's good, but could have been a huge stamp.
You want to do another key to victory?
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, we know who they're gonna announce as the winner. Who's next?
We have Kevin Iole. Kevin Iole's gonna come on here and give his thoughts on the main event and how he sees it playing out.
Formerly of Yahoo Sports, he ended with KevinIole.com. Boxing Hall of Famer. He's in 2 or 3 of them, actually. And he covered MMA and boxing. But yeah, he recently retired. I think it was after UFC 302 in New Jersey or one of those. But yeah, he's been retired for a few months. But he definitely was helpful in helping us learn more about this fight. So yeah, go ahead, Goze.
I am going to pick Bud Crawford to win the fight by decision. I think it's a really good fight, but I think Crawford has more left at the highest level than Canelo does. I don't think Crawford is going to be able to stop him like he stopped Errol Spence in what was the greatest performance of his career. But I think Crawford has more ways to win. He can create angles, he switches, he has better movement, he has better feet at this stage of his career. And so I think you're going to see Bud, I don't think he's going to run by any stretch of the imagination, but he's going to create angles. He's not going to be directly in front of Canelo. And I think he's just going to beat him to the punch, and he's going to outbox him a lot of the way. Canelo has one of the great chins in boxing history. I don't even mean just in recent times, but when you go back all the way through the history of boxing, Canelo's chin is right up there. So that takes one path away from Crawford. Golovkin was arguably the hardest punching middleweight in many, many years when he fought Canelo 2 times. And in those first 2 fights, he cracked him on the chin a number of times, and Canelo took those punches and kept coming. That says a lot about Canelo's chin. So that means that Bud's path to victory is going to be narrow. He cannot make mistakes. He's not going to knock out Canelo. So he's got a plan to go the full 12 rounds. I think the timing of this fight for Canelo is problematic, though. He has not had a knockout since 2021. He's almost 4 years. It'll be a little bit shy of 4 years. He stopped Caleb Plant to win the undisputed middleweight title in the 11th round in 2021. Since then, he has not had any finishes, and he hasn't been fighting the great opponents that he did earlier in his career. That is something to keep in mind. Early in his career, he fought Floyd Mayweather, Erislandy Lara, Miguel Cotto, Austin Trout, so many good fighters. But in the last couple of years, he's fought Berlanga, William Skull, Ryder, Jamal Charlo, and it just hasn't been a good look, and he has struggled with a lot of those people. Berlanga stinks, and he went the distance with Canelo. So I like Crawford to win by decision. I think Canelo's going to try to put pressure and use his physical strength and probably try to put his hands on Crawford. I think Crawford's going to create angles, box, switch from southpaw to orthodox and back. He's the best I have ever seen it doing that, and try to maybe create openings for himself that way. I like Crawford by decision. If Canelo is going to win this fight, I think he's really going to have to step his game up from what we've seen over the last couple of years.
All right, big thanks to Kevin, recently retired combat sports journalism, and we have more of those to come as well. We'll try and sprinkle them in throughout this broadcast of the Canelo Crawford watch along here on MMA Junkie. We do these normally for UFC numbered shows. That's what they're going to be called in 2026, because they won't be pay-per-views anymore. But we still have a few pay-per-views left. We have 2 coming up in October, 1 in November, and 1 in December, and then that's it. The Paramount CBS era will begin. You need to get Paramount Plus, and you'll get all those shows along with their fight nights. So that's going to be pretty cool and a big change. As far as we know, we'll still be doing watch-alongs, but it does seem like a lot of people will have more access than before, so that's a good thing.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what that'll be like, but for sure, I think we'll continue doing this, and it's always a fun experience, man. We have been doing it. A little different, boxing, the way they pace their cards is a little different from mixed martial arts. Even from mixed martial arts to like UFC and PFL, the pacing was just different, but so far it's been okay. The fights are going to get better. We're only 2 out from the main event. I'm really jazzed for the co-main event. I can't wait to get to that one.
Well, I'm glad you brought up that word pacing, because Dana was asked about that. He said it's going to be really, really good. He goes, you watch, because he realizes a lot of shows move slow, but he didn't want that for this show. Now, obviously, this is Big Turkey. Turkey Al-Sheikh is his name. He writes the checks, so I'm sure they wanted to include this interview that you're watching right now with Max and Turkey. But I would have thought that after a decision like that they would start moving things along a lot quicker. Because like I said, into a USA Today article I read earlier, the main event walks, they were shooting 8:15. Ain't no way they're gonna get that unless these next fights end quickly.
You literally have to get like a shovel and lift people up off the canvas.
Christian and Billy, man, this guy's supposed to be the real deal. In fact, he wants the winner of Alvarez and Crawford. He fights at 168. This will be at 168. He's fighting Lester Martinez from Guatemala. He lives in Omaha, and so he's part of Bud Crawford's team. As you can see, 19 wins, 16 KOs, and Billy has 29 wins, 25 KOs. I would bet the under on this one, which I remember it being 8.5 or something like that. I think someone's going to go to sleep here, but I remember perhaps it'd be a good lead in. I think it was Randy Gordon that was really, really excited about it. Said he walks you down and then what's he say? He goes, he breathes the air you're trying to breathe because he's in your face. But yeah, I know you have I think you already have a set schedule. So if you do, great.
No. Well, we have. There's plenty of them.
Okay.
We still have 5 more. You want to play that one now?
Yeah, I think that one would be good before this fight because he brought him up. I mean, he doesn't spend a long time on him, but he did bring him up.
All right, here's Randy Gordon.
Well, the fight that we've been talking about for so long, Canelo Alvarez against Terrence Bud Crawford, is here. In the beginning, the welterweight champ, 41-0, Terrence Crawford was saying, not only is he going to move up to 154, that he's looking one day to face Canelo Alvarez. And I remember when he first said that, people said, nah, that can't happen. This is the former lightweight champion, 135. What is he going to do, move up to 168? Well, he did it in increments, but when he got to 147, and he was so dominant at that weight, and then he moves up and he struggles a little bit against Israel Madrimov, who's one heck of a fighter, but then still won the fight without any problems. He went right from there to saying, I'm going right through middleweight and I'm going up to 168 to take on Canelo Alvarez. And of course, Canelo, who has only lost 2 fights in his about 72 fight career, 73 fight career, the guy's got 39 knockouts. Obviously, he said, bring it on, Bud, bring it on. But now the fight is here. Bud Crawford is looking every bit like the super middleweight. And the odds are very, very close. Canelo is a slight favorite. Bud Crawford, the slight underdog. And I could actually make a case for Canelo winning the fight, and I could make a case for Terrence Crawford winning the fight. Does Terrence Crawford, is he going to be able to box the way he did, let's say, when he destroyed Errol Spence? Is he going to be able to have that kind of fight? And is Canelo Alvarez going to simply walk through him the way he just about walks through everybody else? Will Bud Crawford not be strong enough for him? Will this fight matter the longer the fight goes? Will Canelo wear down Bud Crawford? Will there be a fast start for the fight? Because Crawford normally doesn't start fast. He takes a look at you, he dissects you, and by the 3rd round, he knows everything about you. This is one of the most intriguing fights, I think, that I've ever waited for, that we've ever waited for. September 13th in Las Vegas, Nevada, at the Allegiant Stadium. There'll be about 65,000 people watching and millions more from around the world. We can't wait for September 13th. Canelo Alvarez against Terrence Crawford in this legacy fight?
Well, somewhere in there, Randy Gordon does bring up Mbili and his style, where he basically walks you down. He says he was expecting a finish either way. He says Martinez is the toughest opponent that he's faced, but that he expects Mbili to get his hand raised. And again, with those guys having that kind of finishing power and high ratio, high percentage, I think the under might be the play here. But yeah, Mbili's so confident. He'd like the winner of Alvarez and Crawford. I don't know if he'll get it, but still, this is a big stage and a big opportunity. But this Martinez guy is supposedly is very, very tough as well. So we'll see. Now, Randy Gordon, if you're wondering, he's the former New York executive director of their state athletic commission. That was years ago. That was about 20 years ago. He doesn't mind me saying this, but actually he was one of the ones that did not want MMA. And then he warmed up to it, but by then it was too late. That's why New York was one of the latest states to get sanctioned. It was in 2016. I think it was with McGregor and Alvarez was the first fight that they had. It took a while, but it was, you guys have heard of, I'm sure you've heard of Andrew Cuomo and Chris Cuomo. Andrew Cuomo was the governor at the time. He signed the bill. And so, yeah, they're big fans of combat sports and MMA. So it took a long time, but I think it was the last sport, that one or Alaska, I can't remember, to actually get sanctioned. But now you've seen the UFC's gone back there at least one time a year to Madison Square Garden, and for a while they were going twice a year. They're going to Brooklyn, where the Nets play. So it's been big. I know that a lot of their big gates have been there, but those guys, they're traditional boxing guys, the Fertittas and Dana White, and they always wanted to go to Madison Square Garden. They finally got their wish. So Randy now does what's called Randy Ringside. It's a boxing show, and he hosts Jerry Cooney, former boxing heavyweight from the 80s. And they were on SiriusXM when we were on SiriusXM. So we're friends with those guys, and we called on both of them to give us a breakdown. And on our last show on MMA Junkie that we uploaded, you can hear their full spots talking about boxing, MMA, a little bit of both. By the way, that was our 3600th show in the existence of MMA Junkie, so we're pretty proud of that. It's 3,600 episodes, and the one we uploaded on Thursday was a nice round number. So we're about that. Thank you to everyone that's ever tuned in to even one.
It's even more when you consider the fact that Spinning Back Click was invented to kind of be the third show of the week. So when you add in how many of those that we've done, it's the numbers high. And actually, I want to say, George, I'm not 100%. I think this is our 100th broadcast of a watch along.
Oh, really?
And so I believe so. And it's funny because our very first one just happened to be Mayweather McGregor. So the first, and so far, hopefully not, but the last will be boxing. That's interesting. Who are you taking in this fight, George? And Billy's minus 140, Martinez plus 130.
Yeah, I saw that those odds are pretty close. The way people have been talking it up, they really liked Mbili. Almost like Martinez didn't belong in there with him. But I'm going to go with Mbili. He just does look like a pretty powerful specimen. He has a little bit more experience than Martinez, about what, another 10 fights or so. The odds tell me that, you know, this guy's definitely got some skill, and he's right up there with Mbili, but I'm going to ride with Mbili.
All right. Guatemala not feeling that pick.
Well, you know me, I'm the first one to go, hey, congrats. You got me.
And Billy's Canadian, right?
Yeah.
you go. All right.
Like the little ramp.
It's cool. Different, right?
Yeah, it's not like too overwhelming.
Still have a ramp and don't take away from the seating. At the end of the day, do you know roughly where they were with ticket sales?
I heard 60,000, but I heard some were still available. So I don't know if it means they had enough for 61, 66, or what. But
Daytona Green is going against you. He's saying Martinez.
well, we'll see. See, I thought those seats would be more full by now. I mean, we're 3 fights away. The Vargas booking was good because they have a big following in Vegas and in California. And then Callum Walsh has been pushed because he's part of what, 360 Promotions, I think it's called, with Tom Loeffler.
Mm-hmm.
And they're featured on UFC Fight Pass. And I think Dana's helped manage Callum Walsh or maybe support him in some way. So, you know, he's obviously gotten a strong push. We've seen him for a couple years now at the UFC Fan Expo. And the Vargases are a big fighting family. There's 3 boxers now following in the footsteps of the legend Fernando Vargas, the dad, who's in the Hall of Fame, 2-time world champ. 30 years of age for Mbili, 29 for Martinez, 5'8.5" for Mbili, 5'11" for Martinez. They both weighed in at 167. And the reach is very similar, 72 inches for Mbili, 71.5 for Martinez. But they say, don't blink here. Both guys definitely throw hard. Already played Stan, Randy Gordon, and who was our other person? We've done
Kevin Iole.
Kevin Iole. We still have a few more to play for you, including Jerry Cooney and Austin Trout.
Mm-hmm. We got 4 total left. You see that guy's outfit in the ring with the jeans and the rhinestones?
Mm-mm.
I wonder what outfit he said no to before he left the house looking like that.
Oops.
George, you know how the UFC game ended up? They're asking in the chat.
UFC Trojans? I don't know.
They were winning last I looked. Let's see.
33-17 Trojans.
There you go.
So the question is, did they cover? And I don't think they did. But I'm not sure what that line was. Dodgers are losing to the Giants.
This kid's put together, man.
I know. As long as he doesn't get tired. I heard this guy's just all over you, man. They lost to New Mexico. They're 0-3. UFC was a 20-point favorite, so they didn't cover. Oh, no. Yeah, no, they didn't cover. That's a lot, man, on the road against another Big Ten school. All right, here we go. These are super middleweights, by the way, 168 pounds. They definitely look like big hitters. They're not straight punchers like the last guys. They are crowding each other's space.
This is phone booth fighting right now. And Bailey's got him backed up into the corner, lands a nice right hand. Martinez trying to back out of that corner. Lands a couple shots of his own, getting out.
He breathes the air that you're trying to breathe.
Oh, and Billy landed a big uppercut. But I'll tell you this much, George. He can't possibly do this over 10 rounds. This pace is nutty.
Well, some things worked because he's 29-0 and 25 by KO. But you're right. I mean, that's a heavy pace, man. We got to go 10 rounds.
Do you remember WrestleMania 3 when they brought wrestlers into the ring on a little cart that looked like a ring?
Yeah.
That's what these guys have been fighting. Fight. A little bit of a head there. The attack, he's throwing everything but the kitchen sink, man. I mean, body shots, head shots, uppercuts.
Oh, nice overhand right by Mbili. Martinez lands a nice jab. But again, Mbili just keeps going forward. He could walk into a hook, man.
Martinez got to back him off with some kind of jab. You know, he's got to back him away. And honestly, I think I would maybe invest in the later rounds because there's just no way this guy can keep up this pace. And Billy's just the Energizer Bunny. Heavy shots too, guys.
He's landing at a 64% accuracy. Martinez at a 33% accuracy. So he's more active and he's landing, though. He's accurate. But they're so close. Like in the movies Goodfellas, how can you miss from that distance?
Nice countering from Martinez. Kind of temporarily backs off Mbili. Mbili's game is get inside and just unleash hell. But when he's at a distance, that's when Martinez has got to let go.
Oh, both guys were late. I don't mind Martinez being late, though, because Mbili was late, so he was just answering him.
It's kind of late with a low blow, too. Earl Spence, terrible. Crawford, yeah, man. Considering the records those guys had when they met, that did not look like that type of fight should have played out. Spider Moose is one of the names that when you say it on SBC, it cracks me up.
For those of you that are watching and supporting us, if you could kindly hit the thumbs up button, that would be great. Here we go with round 2. Lester Martinez against Christian Mbili. Mbili's in the black trunks, Martinez in the yellow. And they are just socking each other.
Head on shoulder, and they're just unleashing uppercuts.
Remember, I even asked Randy Gordon because I hadn't really heard about Mbili. Excited about it. I was like, you're almost describing like a John the Beast Mugabe. And looking at Mbili right now, he kind of looks like him, huh? Just that build.
I can't believe the range that this fight is taking place in. Referee calling for a low blow, asking him to keep keep the shots up.
I didn't think it was that low, but
Martinez landed a nice uppercut. Yeah, I didn't think it was that low either. It was right on the belt line. But they're playing with fire. More close quarter action from both of them, and Bealey, nice little combination he unleashed.
Digging into the body. That one seemed low.
Yeah, and Bealey's left hand, he's been throwing it kind of low.
And Bealey's like Clubber Lang, huh? Just
And Bealey took a bad uppercut there.
Man.
But for as much as they've thrown and with so much power, like they're not really that banged up. Just exchanging uppercuts and hooks right now. I think it's a better round for Martinez, honestly. I think his punches have landed better.
Their heads keep colliding, though. 50 seconds left here in round 2. Bailey's landing at a 67% accuracy. That's the same number I said round 1. Martinez has picked it up. He's up to 43%. And Bailey's busier and accurate. That can't be a good thing for Martinez.
I think in Billy's face is showing a little bit more damage now on his right side. God, they're just taking turns, guys. Like, and Billy's just digging to the body. Martinez uppercuts.
Real nice uppercuts. Look at these guys. This almost looks like the last 10 seconds of every Max Holloway fight.
It does, right? Like
all 3 minutes looks like that way.
It's like they rang the 10-second clock over and over and over. That's how they're reacting. Billy, to answer your question earlier, that price just went hot this fight. That fight, Spider Moose in the chat. Do you remember Hagler and Mugabe?
I do.
I taped over that. It was one of my claims to fame as a kid. Is I used to just record cartoons over like my dad's VHSs and George's VHSs. I'd destroy Super Bowls. I'd go after anything. Now, granted, it was only a couple times.
I was gonna say, why'd you used to deny it? Now you're proudly stating it.
Well, because like Super Bowl 10, I think, was the big one that everybody got mad at. Like you guys popped it in, and all of a sudden G.I. Joe's on or some shit like that. But it wasn't that many times. But when I did it, I did do it. Ooh, when Bealey landed some good shots, it's got Martinez backed up against the ropes. Not that it matters. They'd still fight at this distance in the center of the ring. Yeah, at some point, like something's got to change about this fight. I don't know how they can do this over 10 rounds. At some point,
someone's going to get knocked out, I think is what's going to happen. But they both have great chins and great cardio, because I'm also not seeing them like exhausted either.
Nice right hand from Martinez. His best punch is probably that uppercut. And he's left of the body. I feel like Mbili's probably landed more. I feel like Martinez's shots have affected Mbili more.
I can admit that Mbili's slowing down. Either that or he's just resting for 10 seconds and then he's going to pick it up again. But he always comes forward. There's 110 left here in round 3.
Damn. Bailey's still throwing hard, man. This fight's a trip. Martinez landed a nice 1-2, big left hand from Mbili.
Oh, yeah.
Answered with an uppercut from Martinez. 2 uppercuts. And I think even if you completely dedicate yourself to calling this play-by-play, like, we're going to pass out.
This is Rock'em Sock'em Robots. Oh, that uppercut by Martinez. It's mean, man.
Mm-hmm. And Billy's still the guy backing him up, though. Dig into the body. Beautiful body work from Mbili. Martinez answers back.
Jeez. I'm glad everyone has Netflix, man. Or everyone I know has Netflix. You should be tuning in. This is a battle right here.
Big bonuses on the line, right?
Mm-hmm. I was a little bummed out because I wasn't seeing the thumbs up number move, and I just did a quick refresh, and it moved up a lot. So thank you. Thanks, all. Thanks, y'all.
This is a great question, George, in the chat. Without a doubt, Canelo is the best boxer Crawford has ever been in with. Is Crawford better than Cotto, Mayweather, or Triple G? That's a really good question.
Not
better than Cotto.
Mayweather still has that title of the best boxer, clean.
Yeah, I think Mayweather's the one that'll stand out.
Triple G had a lot of
there.
power. He had a lot of power. I remember that. And Canelo did well against him. So I would go Mayweather, Triple G, and then Cotto. Okay, Skipper Kelp has it 10-9 in Bealey.
Ooh, another low blow from Mbili. Nice right hand from Mbili, followed by another uppercut from Martinez. They're in the center of the ring right now. Martinez now up against the ropes, and Bealey's got him right where he wants him. But both guys are throwing.
I like that both guys throw multiple punch combos with a lot of power, too. It's just a lot of the same, folks. There's a minute left here in round 4. And basically, they're standing toe-to-toe, whether they're in the center of the ring or off to one side, just standing toe-to-toe and slugging. A lot of them they're ripping to the body, uppercut. They will touch their heads, their bodies, and they'll separate, then they'll go right back at it.
Picture if you're playing Fight Night on Xbox or PlayStation and the jab button's broken. Whatever's left over, that's how the fight would look. Martinez landing some good shots now. Oh, just said that, and Bailey landed a wicked left.
When are they going to tire, though?
If I were late and I walked in right now into the stadium
Oh, big right there by Mbili.
and I saw what was going on, I would honestly think this is a break in the action because they're filming a new Creed movie or something.
Yeah, really.
Who are these new characters? Is what I'd be saying.
They're in the Martinez corner, and he is breathing heavy, but he still looks good. He's conversing with his corner. He's in good shape, man.
We're halfway through now, right?
Yeah.
Unbelievable that they're still. They don't really look. I mean, they've slowed down, but they don't look tired. Imagine trying.
Here we go. Here's the beginning of round 5. Stiff jab by Martinez. Overhand right and an uppercut by Martinez. Another uppercut by Martinez. Now they both cover up good, so I don't know that a lot of the punches land flush. I think their forearms, their hands, their gloves are blocking a lot, despite how much they're throwing. But they're throwing so much, it means they're also landing their fair share of punches. And I'm telling you, some of these are solid on the liver, chin, and they're just eating them like it's nothing.
It's like they're fighting a mirror image of each other. I think Martinez is starting to slow down a little bit now too. Nice uppercut from Mbili.
Yeah.
Nice right hand from Mbili.
I could see Martinez going, "Hey, what are you doing?" I was gonna breathe that air.
He was probably thinking that when he got jabbed in the stomach. Like, what was that? All power punches here. These guys' hands are going to be killing him tomorrow.
How about the Sheik when he had his chance to talk at one of the press conferences? Did you hear him saying, "I want bones to crack, blood to be spilled"? I mean, he had a little bit of Commodus Caesar in him. I liked it. The crowd liked it, but he didn't mince words. He didn't say, "I want to see the practitioners of the sweet science." Marcus Queensberry, I mean, he wasn't saying, "Hey," he was like, "I want blood spilled, bones would be broken, faces to be unrecognizable."
Martinez finally started fighting a little bit at a distance. That's a headbutt. They're gonna call that. Martinez literally went straight up with his head right into Mbili's face. I think Mbili slowed down too, George.
Yeah.
Now this fight is getting a little bit sloppy. I think just because they're starting to tire down a little bit. Whoop. They really got to do something about Martinez coming in with that head. Referee's got to take control of this fight. When's Skipper Kelp gonna chime in with his scorecard?
Every 2 rounds or so, they've been bringing them in.
Their face is starting to show a little wear and tear.
Our next watch along will be on October 4th for UFC 320, Ankalaev versus Pereira 2. That will be here in Las Vegas at the T-Mobile Arena. Magomed Ankalaev defends his UFC light heavyweight title against Alex Pereira in a rematch. Merab Dvalishvili defends his UFC bantamweight title against Corey Sandhagen. Light heavyweights Yuri Prochaska and Khalil Roundtree Jr., they're in the featured bout. Josh Emmett and Yusuf Salal, some featherweights. They're going to be mixing it up. Second bout of the evening. Opening bout, Joe Pyfer and Abusipian Magomedov. Other fights that have been signed: Farid Basharat against Chris Gutierrez. Edmund Shabazian against Andre Muniz. Ateba Abega Gautier against Osman Diaz. Macy Jasson against Yan Santos. Patchy Mix against Jacob Weeklotz. Veronica Hardy against Brogan Walker. Speaking of Patchy Mix, his fiance Tatiana Suarez got a win today, but it was close at the end. Goes Amanda Lemos was unloading on her.
Yeah, she was playing with fire. Oof, nice 1-2-3 combo from Mbili. Martinez again answers with that uppercut. Yeah, Tatiana Suarez, I wish she would have done more with her top position. It wasn't the type of win that screams, I need to get back in there and face a championship, fight for a belt.
I'm hearing Austin Vanderford might be on that card as well against Ramiz Brahimaj. Daniel Santos against and Puna Soriano goes against Nikolai Veretkov.
I like it.
So that's October 4th. That's our next watch along. We'll start at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. Also in the month of October, a second watch along on October 25th for UFC.
What happened here?
321.
Down?
No knockdown. Says he slipped. And that'll be on October 25th. That's Tom Aspinall against Cyril Gahn. Verna Jandiroba against Mackenzie Dern. Alexander Volkov against Jailton Almeida. Alexander Rakic against Azamat Mirzakhanov. Hamdi Abdul Wahab against Chris Barnett. Ikram Aliskarov against Park Yoon Yong. Azat Maxim against Mitch Raposo. Jacqueline Morin against Mizuki Inoue. Also hearing Matthias Camilo against Abdul Karim Al-Sawadi. Umar Nurmagomedov against Mario Batista. Mateus Rebecki against Ludwig Klein. Nathaniel Wood against Jose Miguel Delgado. I cannot confirm that Mario Batista has not changed his name to Miguel the Barista Batista.
He thought about it, though.
Now Martinez is exhausted.
Dude, we I mean, according to what they said, the main event would have been walking out in 15 minutes. I think they're a little off. But now I'd have to say, God damn, I don't think they're walking out till like 9:15, 9:30.
Maybe they thought one of these would end soon, you know?
That's Crawford's boy out there, so he's definitely paying attention.
Oh, gracias. Very good.
So we're 7 rounds in here. A lot of back and forth from both guys. Mark Wahlberg there in the front row. He owns that restaurant, George, that does the other crazy buffet on Sundays.
Oh, yeah? Is it a town square you said?
Yeah.
I know someone that went, but wasn't that impressed. Did you go?
I have not.
Oh.
What did they not like about it? The insane amount of food?
I don't know. You can be a hater at times.
There's that headbutt again. Referee warning him. Martinez, it is. Martinez is backed off a little bit and thrown a 1-2 from time to time. It's landed because Mbili just comes straight forward with his hands together. It's kind of made Mbili second guess a little bit the way he enters. Martinez has actually made that adjustment and found some success. But then they go right back to phone booth fighting.
Similar pace to round one. They have not backed off.
Another good uppercut from Martinez.
They either have legendary chins or maybe they don't hit as hard as we think they do, which I don't think is the case because they're both big boys.
Mm-hmm. I don't even know how you could score this fight, dude. There's just so much output. Headbutt again. How many warnings are you going to give him?
He just says, watch the head.
Just did it again. He's doing it right in front of him.
Oh, nice hook by Mbili. Another one. Mouthpiece flew out. He's tired.
Who's that?
Martinez.
That place is filling up, man.
So you guys play the Cowboys? Oh no, sorry, that's promoting Christmas. Jeez, that's 3 months away.
We have a bye week on Christmas.
Who do you play this week?
We already did. We played the Packers.
So the Packers had a bye.
George.
We were -7 on the road against New Orleans, and it's down to -3. I mean, a lot of it has to do with Purdy's not playing. I don't think Ayuk's playing or Kittle, our wide receiver and tight end.
Oof.
Big Turkey's not even watching.
No. Not enough bones cracked. Martinez landing some good shots. It's interesting to see where this brings at for this. I have a feeling none of the cards are going to look similar. Mbili backing Martinez up against the ropes. This is where he likes to unleash. Nice left short left hook. Answered by Martinez. Answered by Mbili. Answered by Martinez.
How can they take so much damage, man?
I don't know. Like, literally, imagine what tomorrow's going to be like. The headache. You can't eat nothing. Not with them teeth.
I don't think phone recognition is going to be working either.
No.
Martinez are really low
Have you ever had a hangover or a long night where phone recognition doesn't work? Ooh, nice left hand from Martinez.
Or an ER at the for Bell's palsy. I don't think it worked then either. Oh, good shot by Mbili. 45 seconds left
more
on
from
round
Mbili.
8.
It's a good round for him.
Mbili just rips hooks to the body and to the head. Jeez. Mbili's relentless.
I wish Callum Walsh and Fernando Vargas Jr. were just sitting in the front row, ready to go.
Maybe they meant the co-main event will be able to walk out at 8:15. I think they'll be wrong on that one too.
Can you imagine if you like set up a ride and everything, or like a limo? Pick me up at this time. Their bodies are going to be killing them tomorrow.
Just one of those upright, it would feel pretty bad.
Yeah, like their teeth are all going to be loose.
I gotta imagine each guy's landed about 50 uppercuts, guys.
Imagine sneezing tomorrow. Fuck that.
.230 left here in round 9. More dig into the body by Mbili. Oh, nice overhand right by Mbili. Then Martinez comes back with an uppercut. A couple shots of the
Martinez looks like he's getting a little frustrated.
There's no way it can get worse for either of these guys. Like, I don't think they'll fight anyone else like this. I think Martinez might have hurt Mbili there a little bit. Looked like Mbili's right eye is a little hurt. Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Look at this. It's nice and cold too.
What is it? Michelada?
Michelada. Salute everyone. That's good. And these boys are throwing down. I gotta tip my hat to them, dude. I've never seen nothing like this. I don't want to call it Griffin and Bonner or Hagler and Hearns because they had a little more distance between them. And so they had more overhands and jabs. And these guys are basically head to head, forehead to forehead, and they're just throwing hooks.
It is rock'em sock'em, though.
And it's like non-stop.
How do they have? Where is this gas tank coming from?
I don't know. That's what's so remarkable. Am I not? I'm not lying, right? Oh, look like a right hand by Mbili might have hurt Martinez at the end. Doesn't it look like the last 10 seconds of every Max Holloway fight except for 3 minutes?
Canelo's getting his hands wrapped at this.
If Canelo was like Lois from Goodfellas, and she said, "Oh nope, I'm not going into the ring without my lucky blanket or my lucky hat," he'd have enough time to go to the hotel and get it. But that's how far away we still are from his fight.
I think the UFC fighters and officials could have flown commercially and maybe made it in time.
Yeah, really. They might have a shot now. Remember when Henry Hill gets all pissed? He goes, "I don't give a shit about your fucking hat. I'm not flying without my hat." That does sound pretty ridiculous. You're flying with all kinds of cocaine and a baby that ain't yours. Exactly. We got to reroute to get your hat. But he had no choice because if she didn't do it, he missed out on the deal. I don't think I've ever met anyone that hasn't seen Goodfellas. You know that?
Oh,
even young people.
Martinez is way more active right now. A little low on that punch, though. It's almost like they have two magnets in their chests, and it just keeps pulling them together.
Martinez wants space. He looks like he's a better puncher with space, but Mbili just won't let you have it, man.
Thank you. Yeah, now we got enchiladas. Thank you. Are these the MMA Junkie glasses or no?
Yeah.
Thanks. That's really good.
Is this one of the hardest fights to ever judge, too?
Yeah, I have no idea what they're
supposed to
returning.
remember all this.
You would think Martinez's face would be more banged up, no?
Yeah, really. I mean, I'm excited to see them both box other people because they're tough. They got chins. They got cardio.
I'd like to see him retire after tonight. Jesus Christ. I mean, how many shots they've thrown and landed. They're letting everything go.
Yeah, for the last 30 minutes. That was a great fight, man. How are you going to forget a fight like that, right?
Yeah.
That's a tough one to forget, man.
It's literally like a video game fight.
Regardless of who wins. Jeez. That's a bonus fight, man. That's more than $100,000 bonus, in my opinion. If Turkey's like serious about, hey, I want to be wowed, that had to have done it. I guess I'm assuming that he's just got this like checkbook, right? But
it feels like it.
It sounds like, yeah. was Big Turkey after that fight, I would say $1 million.
Each one?
Yeah, I never seen anything like that, guys. $1 million. Go get better. You're still fighting for me under, Riyadh season or whatever it's called, Zuffa boxing.
Mm-hmm.
Go get better. Go get some time off. But just something, I mean, I imagine these guys are like multi-billionaires. That's nothing to them. I think it'd be the equivalent of Dana White going, I'm not going to give you 50. I'm going to give you 100.
Riley Studio says in the chat, most action I've ever seen in a fight.
I agree.
Dude, I can't think of anything that's had more. He's probably right. Like ever. And I'm not even talking about like in the last 10 years or something. Like literally ever.
Because they went 10 rounds. That's 30 minutes. And they wouldn't slow down. How in the hell did they score this?
That dude put that outfit together and at the end said, "Where's my hat?"
Damn.
97-93 for Martinez. $96-94 for Mbili.
It's a draw.
Oh my God. After all that. You can't do that to them, dude.
Jeez. Their faces aren't that messed up, Goze.
Billy's actual eyeball's pretty messed up on one of them, but how do you do that to them?
Wow. But this isn't the one we said we should bet the draw. I mean, I can't find it on stuff that I do. But this would have been, if you put $100, I can't see it being plus 1,000, plus 1,200, or Tyson's in the house.
Shakur Stevenson.
He's gonna fight Teofimo Lopez with Sean McCoy. That guy.
Jaime Munguia.
Okay. Who's Holt McCallan? He goes.
I think he's the real life version of Mayor Quimby from The Simpsons.
Where Sean Lynch is doing camera work? That's funny. Michael Chandler.
Oh, wait.
Been a while since Wilmer's done something, huh?
Bernard. Mark Anthony goes to a lot of boxing, huh?
Yeah.
Isn't he Puerto Rican, though?
Yeah.
Not that he can't go to boxing, I'm saying because he's hugging and kissing the Mexican flag. Why don't we play another one of these?
Okay.
The victory.
But hey, Randy Gordon, we got to tip our hat to him, though, right? Just like he said, he tries to breathe the air you're breathing. He gives you no space. I mean, Martinez didn't want that fight. Martinez fought that fight because he had no choice. But he didn't. He's got other skills, it seems like. When they had some space, the few seconds that they did, Martinez looked like he had a nice overhand right, some nice, straight punches. But I tip my hat to both guys. That was amazing. And again, Randy kind of was spot on the way he said. Embiid's just nonstop. And he holds, by the way. Okay, yeah. So who's next, Goze?
Okay, so if you guys are wondering, what do I do? What do I bet? Main event. How do I go? What direction? Mark Vegas is going to help us out on this one. Let's play his.
I think the keys to victory for Canelo is obviously going to be to use his size, to be able to cut the ring off and have Crawford in spaces in the ring where he could really make Crawford feel his size, feel his power. You know, he's the one that's the natural super middleweight. He's the one that is used to fighting bigger men, and he's the one that has the bigger punch. And I think, you know, over the course of 12 rounds, if Canelo really pressures Crawford smartly, doesn't exchange too much where he's getting countered, and is able to wear down Crawford both mentally and physically, I think that's the best bet for him. Because if he tries to have a boxing match with Terrence Crawford, like more or less the way that he did against Floyd Mayweather, he's not going to win that. Maybe he'll have success, a lot better fighter now. He's a lot more experienced and seasoned, but that's Crawford's game. Now on the flip, for Terrence Crawford to win this fight, man, him moving up 2 weight classes now, because, you know, he already had a fight at 154 pounds. He's going to have to be on his A game. He's going to have to move in and out. He's going to have to use the ring. He's going to have to make Canelo respect his punch, which is the big what if in this fight, is how is Canelo's power going to feel for Crawford, and vice versa? Because if Canelo doesn't respect the power of Crawford, I would expect a fighter being bigger than you is going to go ahead and try to just steamroll you. So there's a lot of intangibles there for Crawford, but if he has respectable power, he's going to have to hit and not get hit. Let his hands go a little bit in the pocket and then move out, use an angle, and use the ring and move around and have to chase after him and input. You know, it sounds easy to say, but just Crawford just has to box, be smart, be defensively responsible, and not go in and trade with Canelo, the bigger puncher in there. If he's able to do that and able to withstand the pressure, the power of 168-pound Canelo over the course of 12 rounds, he could very well get a decision in this fight against Canelo.
Big thank you to Marcos Villegas. He is the owner of the YouTube channel Fight Hub TV with over 2 million subscribers, 2.1 million subscribers. So he's been going at this for almost 2 decades. Good guy, fellow SoCaler, and he's really worked. You know, he started off as a young guy and he wasn't getting respect because he was and now he's a veteran. So very happy for him. But he's covered a lot. Now you might recognize the voice because he also used to be like the role that Skip Kelp was doing, or you hear Dean Thomas from time to time where they'll give an unofficial scorecard, and he would do that for PBC a few years ago. So he's done that. He's got his YouTube channel, and he follows MMA too. He's a cool guy.
Very cool guy. Always been very nice, you know.
Why don't we sneak in one more, Goze? Because if you think about it, we're about to start this one. And then once we get to the main event with the walkouts and everything, I don't know that we might have enough time. I think we have 4 left, right?
We have 3 left.
3 left?
Uh-huh.
Okay, good. Oh, because we don't really have one with John Anik, right? Or do we?
No, we have Al Bernstein, Jerry Cooney, and Austin Trout left.
Ooh, big ones here. Anyone that you want to do, if you want to do it now, or is there anything you wanted to go over? We can go over the odds. Cal Walsh is about a 3-1 favorite in this one, or maybe 2.5 to 1.
We'll definitely do one more before they fight. But yeah, let's get these odds out of the way here. Callum Walsh is -275. Fernando Vargas is +240. Here's the deal. I think Fernando Vargas can win this fight. I think the advantage is in Callum Walsh's favor. But Fernando Vargas Jr., for as much crap as he gets as being arrogant and likes to flaunt things, when it comes down to the actual fight, his mechanics are really good. I think Callum Walsh's defense lacks still a little bit. I think he could take advantage of some things there. So I'm actually going to go with the underdog on this fight, George. Who are you going with?
Well, Yeah. I think I'm gonna with the Mexican American. I've watched Walsh fight now a few times this week. He is fast, dude. He's a lot faster than I thought.
Mm-hmm.
And both southpaws, both undefeated. But I don't think it's just the Zuffa push. I think he really is the big deal. We got Capatillo in one corner and Freddie Roach in another. These guys are loaded, man. These guys are loaded in terms of like their coaches and training partners and stuff. So sure, yeah, I like betting underdogs and the fact that he's a Mexican American. Let's go. Let's ride with Fernando Vargas on this one.
All right, Fernando Vargas is walking out. Do you think he gets a stoppage?
That I would bet more towards the over 8.5 rounds. Would you have to give up like minus 170, I think, or something like that? So the odds are that it's going to go over 8.5 rounds. If you want to go under, it's plus 150. But no, look, I mean, Fernando, I think, what is he, 17-0 with 15 KOs or something like that? So he can't pop and count.
I think he can get it done.
Yeah. Then if you like under 8.5 rounds, that's underdog money. So that right there is his dad, Fernando Vargas. He's a Hall of Famer. And it looked like they cut off one of his sons. Amato was the guy on the right. Looks like Fernando went back to get him. Maybe they only allow a certain amount of people in the prep point. But Amato's the one with the curly hair. This guy's 27, I think. I think Amato's the second one at 25, also undefeated.
Did he fight on the Diaz Masvidal card?
Yeah, that's Amato, the second one. And then Emiliano's the young one. And that's Capatillo. He walked out with Jorge Masvidal. He's behind them.
Not to be mistaken with Capatillo, which is who I think is in this Michelada.
Wow, they actually intercepted Amato and wouldn't let him come. That's a cool rub, huh?
Yeah.
Look at the dad, man. Just doing that for the son.
He's a good dad. You know that? Like, even outside of boxing.
He's a good sport, too.
He's got a lot of love for his kids, man, and for his family. And if you ever see clips of him, they split it, I think, with Cobrinha Jiu-Jitsu gym.
Mm-hmm.
Just a good teacher all around. He got thrown into the sport really young, professional ranks, and some feel like they pushed him a little too quick. But he was tough, man. Callum Walsh now walking out. You want to do one more of those here while the Callum walks out?
Sure.
So why don't we go with Al Bernstein for this one.
Okay.
Jermell Charlo stepped up in weight to face Canelo Alvarez. I think it's pretty. I called that fight, and it was pretty apparent that in the early rounds he was hit with some shots that were daunting and affected how he fought the whole rest of the fight, because he was very non-offensive and wasn't willing to take chances. Of course, Terence Crawford doesn't want that to happen to him. Now, he doesn't control that completely, because Canelo may land some of those shots, and obviously Canelo's a more powerful man than Terence Crawford. But what Crawford needs to do is diminish the possibility of that, especially in those early rounds, by boxing really effectively. He's not a guy that uses movement every second of every round, but he's going to have to do a little bit more of that. But he has to do that while still using some volume. He's not a volume puncher. He averages about 40 punches a round. If he's going to move more and be a little bit more defensive in those early rounds to make sure he gets through them and not getting hurt, he's going to have to make sure, though, that he still does enough offensive work. And that's not easy, although Canelo Alvarez, right at the beginning, isn't a super quick starter, but give him a couple of rounds, just a couple, and he's in sync.
Hall of Famer, Nevada Sports Hall of Fame, International Boxing Hall of Fame, Showtime broadcaster for over 20 years. He's called Hagler Hearns, Cooney and Holmes, Castillo and Corrales, Pacquiao and Mayweather. Like he's been right there on some of the big ones, man.
Really nice guy, really good person.
Yeah.
He follows a lot of the UNLV sports as well, so he's always fun to mess around with there.
Yeah, and he likes MMA too, folks. So both of these guys are southpaws and undefeated. 28 years of age for Fernando Vargas Jr., 24 for Kevin Walsh. Walsh stands at 5'9", Vargas Jr. 5'8". They put in at 153, 153.5 for Callum Walsh. Callum Walsh's reach is 71.5. Vargas 70. Vargas 17-0 with 15 KOs. Walsh 14-0 with 11 KOs. Walsh is about a minus 250 favorite, minus 300 around there, so he's a pretty big favorite.
I want to do a little shout out. This mug was probably given to us maybe 8 years ago from Beto in Arizona. He made these. He works with glass, and it's got the MMA Junkie Radio logo on them. One of the coolest gifts we've ever gotten. We still use them until today, so thank you, Beto.
Now the arena looks really full. Future Hall of Famer just looks in the future. I'm in the Hall of Fame, motherfucker. He's funny though. Like he used to be hard as a kid, like where he had a temper, but now he's a joker. Like the kids were teasing him because when he was training, everyone had to eat healthy and suffer like him. Next thing you know, this guy's having guacamole and trying to stay late. The dad had a big breakfast burrito in front of him, and he's just kind of like, "You got me," And this guy right here, Callum Walsh, he's to Tabachi, UFC strawweight.
This is a tough cat.
Yeah, these guys are really, really fast, but I think the Irish kid's a little faster.
All right, last chance in the chat. I want to know who you got, Vargas or Walsh. I'm going Vargas on this one.
And if you guys could kindly hit that like button, the thumbs up, that would be great. Okay, my nephew is playing at Idaho State, but he had an injury that he's getting over, and this week they were on bye. I don't know what the status is for next week, but he's been a little summer with that injury. Here we go.
I mean, before the night started, I thought this would be fight of the night. I don't know how you dethrone the madness we just saw, but we'll see. They got plenty of money. Is that Mr. Beast?
Don't you think the crowd could still sound louder? Is the audio not being picked up?
Maybe it might. The fact that it's a stadium too, I think. But then again, it gets loud for football games. UNLV, I mean, not Raiders.
Hey,
A little bit of a feeling out process so far. Callum Walsh coming forward and finally landing a little bit on Vargas up against the ropes, but not a whole lot. Mostly blocked.
they
Whoa!
look like two different weight classes, Goze.
Vargas threw a jab to the
I think
body,
he
and
stepped
Callum
on his
Walsh.
foot.
Yeah, he tripped over his foot and was called a slip.
Don't they almost look like Walsh is one weight class above?
A little bit, yeah.
He just cut more or what? He's like taller and wiry and
Walsh was the one pressuring. Vargas just kind of moving away, covering up. This is a 10-round fight. Well, you can't score points if you don't throw, right? Fernando Vargas
Right.
Jr. is not really throwing much. Not that Callum Walsh is, but it's more than what Fernando's doing. 1-2 from Callum Walsh is blocked by Fernando Vargas Jr. Nice right hand from Fernando Vargas Jr., but Callum Walsh returns fire. Most of these shots are being blocked by the other guys. Callum has a little bit more than Fernando Vargas Jr.
yeah, 10-9 Walsh.
George, were you the same person you were before that Chipotle burrito the other day?
What does that mean?
It didn't change you in any way?
It tasted good, but it didn't do a number on me like other visits to Chipotle have.
I'm not saying I came close to retirement, but for the first time ever in an interview, the words came out and I didn't react the way Fernando Vargas did. Here we go, round two. Walsh coming out with a couple jabs, backing up Fernando Vargas. Fernando Vargas Jr. fires back with a jab of his own. Everything's being blocked, though. Callum Walsh a little bit more aggressive in this round. Vargas finally stopped counterpunching. A little bit of offense on his own.
Walsh doesn't appear to respect Vargas's power.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And
Vargas
you go ahead.
he needs to mix it up a little bit. He needs to go. He's kind of head hunting, not going to the body as much. He needs to do that more, kind of open things up. What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say, usually second generation sports figures, they don't always pan out. And I think a lot of it is because when the dad is successful, has money, changes lives, the kids don't have that hunger, that a lot of the other athletes do because they've been given everything. So I don't know if maybe you don't go through as much adversity or you're not as tough, because you've been lucky. Obviously, the provider, the dad, has come through, But I would say that in the case of the Vargas, I don't think I Now, granted, I just watched a few countdowns and everything, but they're all undefeated. They all seem to support each other. I think it's good that there's 3 of them, so that if one slacks off, the other ones hold them accountable. They seem to get along. They obviously respect the dad, and the dad seems like he'd be no nonsense too.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think on one side, a good example would be Julio Cesar Chavez Sr. and Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. You look at the Mayweather.
Younger was tougher than Junior. Was his name Omar? Chavez had another son named Omar, didn't he?
I don't remember his name. I think Vargas got to throw that jab more, but he's got to figure out a way to close the distance.
Ooh, good punch body by Walsh. 2 of them.
I feel like there's a little bit of panic in the voice of Fernando Vargas Sr. right now.
I mean, he's got 15 KOs, but he doesn't look like a threat with much. Like, his left is kind of like a little bit of a looper. He needs to decide he wants to throw a hook or a straight punch. It's always in between, it seems like. The jab is also a little awkward too. Callum's had his hands down low a large portion of this fight. Roy Jones Jr.
That might be the most nervous I've ever been for an in-studio appearance.
See, Walsh does not respect his power.
Walsh covers way more distance with
Exactly. And he throws a lot harder, it looks like.
This is where Vargas needs to unleash his blows.
It seems like his bone structure isn't as big as Walsh either. But it looked like he suffered to make the weight. That was nice.
I've seen Walsh get pushed a little bit more by other opponents.
Vargas hasn't gone to the body at all, has he?
He did one time and it was effective, but yeah, he hasn't really gone back to it. Walsh is going upstairs and downstairs here, and he's landing. Fernando Vargas Jr. is just not offering very much. I like when he throws a jab. It kind of backs Callum up a little bit, but it's not setting anything up. He's not within distance.
Mm. 50 seconds left here in round 3. The only thing Vargas is doing better than Walsh is his jab is landing more.
But Callum comes in looping
He
hook.
covers a lot of ground with his legs, man.
He does, but if that jab is timed properly or a straight right hand, it's wide open. It's there. Fernando just hasn't really thrown it a whole lot. Kind of one-sided, I'd say. I think this is Callum Walsh round.
Mm-hmm. I feel for a 28-year-old, he should be further along, especially someone that came up in boxing. He must have taken it up late, maybe. I don't know. Like the younger brother is only 21, and he's got 2 less fights, and he might be even more polished. The youngest brother, Emiliano Vargas.
Roach giving some directions. The Callum corner.
Julio Cesar Chavez. Who was on before him that they booed?
Devin Haney.
Oh. What did he make it to? 88 no, 87 and 0.
I think it was 88.
That's like 30, almost 40 more fights than Mayweather. And I think Sugar Ray Robinson lost a fight and then won like 80 before he lost again.
Let's see, Callum. Ooh, nice left hand from Fernando Vargas Jr. Callum
He
Walsh
made it.
is
Go
able
ahead,
to
Gus.
get in there and cover a lot of ground by the time and get out by the time Fernando Vargas Jr. reacts.
So he had 87 fights before he took a draw against Pernell Whitaker. Then he made it to 89, 0-1. So he still hadn't lost in 90 fights. And finally, he lost to Frankie Randall. Then he avenged the loss to Frankie Randall. Then he beat Meldrick Taylor in that controversial fight, if you'll recall.
Yeah.
And he got to 96, 1-1. And then he fought Oscar De La Hoya and lost to him, 96, 2-1. I remember that's when things started slowing down for him.
More body work for both guys right now. Nice body shot from Fernando Vargas Jr. Doesn't seem to bother Callum. So, like George said earlier in the fight, Callum Walsh doesn't really respect Fernando Vargas Jr.'s punching power.
I remember when they showed the tail of the tape, Walsh only had 1 inch on him, but man, it looks like he's got longer arms too. Okay, now Vargas is starting to do a little better with the phone booth type. He went to the body a couple times.
Ooh, took a big left hand though from Callum Walsh.
I think he needs to be a little more active.
I don't know that it's the crowd really disrespecting this fight. I think everybody's just jazzed to get to Canelo Crawford.
How could they not have been going more wild for the last fight, though? Every round was toe to toe.
Yeah. Vargas going a little low on Callum Walsh, getting warned by the referee.
Did Mark Wahlberg get kicked out of his chair?
It looks like it, huh? If this fight, this card goes off to success, you don't think it's hard for Dana White to just go back in the office on Monday and be UFC mode again? Got to be hard to turn off that. Like, you're probably going to be on a high now. what can we do next?
Well, I think he gets excited by the biggest fights now only. That is Mr. Beast. Who's the other guy? Jason Statham?
I know Jason Statham was there. I just can't figure out if it's him. Kind of looks like him, though.
Was that Nick Khan? I don't even know. See, when he gets back, he does have Pereira and Ankalaev, so I think that'll excite him, and then Abu Dhabi will excite him. But I bet you there's deals that he makes, like the TV deal, or who knows? Is excited still. He needs to make something like Jones Aspinall.
I know, right?
Then I think that'd get him really, really pumped up. Because okay, here's another thing. The celebrity power that they've shown here on the screen has been more impressive than the UFC ones as of late, right?
Right. There's another low blow from Fernando Vargas Jr. Yeah, way more impressive.
Right. And I bet you that has to be something. See, when you get rich and powerful and famous, that's who you want to be around. So I'm sure he's like, how can I get you to a UFC, and all these other people.
Mm-hmm. That jab is working every time Fernando Vargas Jr. throws it. He just doesn't throw it enough. We're 5 in now, and he hasn't really made too many adjustments. He's backing Walsh up right now, but he's not throwing. Walsh gets out of the corner. In a way, guys, this looks a little bit like sparring.
Yeah.
Nobody's really taken too big of a chance.
The one thing I could say that I noticed about the Vargas clan, especially the boys, is I think they like a little bit of the limelight.
Mm-hmm.
So Callum Walsh looked a little bit more humble and reserved. This guy was worried about reels and watches and limits and
yeah. He's going to take away a point soon if keeps throwing these. The referees tonight have had a long leash.
Now, if they're going to be more famous for just being three brothers that box, the dad was famous, a reality show, okay, fine. But I'm telling you, there's a lot of guys out there that are just working hard, man, and they're not distracted and they're suffering and they want to take it out on you.
Mm-hmm.
On your face.
Man, Fernando Vargas Jr. does not look himself tonight. There's Terrence Crawford in the back, hitting mitts, getting ready.
Is Mayweather there?
I haven't seen him. Been taking some hits though this week.
Mayweather?
Yeah.
What you mean?
Analysis from other fighters and stuff. Some of the things they're saying
about Mayweather.
More well,
or Mayweather.
corrected in Mayweather's direction, basically. You know, how Canelo is taking fights that he doesn't really need to.
Oh, yeah.
He's got all the money and he's pushing himself. That's what a real fighter does, you know, that sort of thing.
Vargas was doing a lot better about 30 seconds ago. Up close. Yeah, he landed some nice shots. Nice.
He's got a little bit more pep in his step right now.
He does, yeah.
Not that Callum's slowing down, but he might be taking the round off or something.
I was just about to say, it almost looks like he is, but I don't think he is. But see, that's how Vargas can beat him, is he's got to just pressure, and he's not doing it. He's trying to outbox him, and I don't think he can. I don't think his skills are as good as Walsh's. But I think what he can do is maybe pressure him and just high output. His skills are as good as Walsh's.
Not a whole lot of action.
You know, I think I figured out what it is, Goze. The last boxing match I went to was the card with Diaz Masvidal. That crowd was rocking and rolling. See, I know there's a difference. I was there live. Here I'm not. That was an arena. This is a stadium. I get it. But this just seems like there's no ups and downs other than when they show Crawford and Canelo. Whereas when Vargas, the other brother, fought that night, that stadium was loud, man. Ooh, that was a low blow.
I thought so too.
I think it was against Ryan Garcia's brother or something like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that night just seemed like the crowd, maybe it was more boxing fan. Well, that can't be. There has to be boxing fans here too. I don't know.
I think people are just jazzed for the main event.
Fly
like
a drone.
We know Callum.
The crowd's awake. Show the crowd more. I don't know.
Fernando Vargas Jr. is Fernando Vargas' son. We know Callum Walsh from his connections to Dana White and MMA, but I don't know. I think maybe a lot of people in the crowd don't really know who these guys are. All right, round 7 of 10. We have to get an IV for the judges, no? Callum Walsh definitely looks more active in this round. They both threw big right hands and they missed each other. Fernando Vargas lands a nice over up left hand, another one. Backing up Callum Walsh for a little bit. Walsh fires back with a 1-2 of his own. Lands to the body. Vargas returns fire to the body, misses. This round, both guys got a little bit more work, a little bit more energy in this round. In our chat, Riley Studios says, last fight was so good. This is a breather. Yeah, that happens a lot too. When there's a good fight, it just kind of sucks the air out of the crowd. People almost have to recover. Could be a little bit of that too. Nice straight left hand from Fernando Vargas Jr. Follows it up with a 5 lands probably half of it. Callum Walsh comes back. 1-2 of his own. Not very much behind it. I think he's looking to counter here. I have no idea what Turkey and Mr. Beast could possibly be talking about. Referee separates them. 1 minute left in round 7. 1-2 from Fernando Vargas Jr. It's blocked. Callum Walsh is looking to counter a lot more in this round. He's been throwing that left hook to the body. It's been landing consistently. Nice. Left hand over the top. Hits Fernando Vargas Jr. Backs him up a little bit.
I think I figured it out, Goze. I think we're missing a presence like a Mauro Ronaldo.
But the fans wouldn't react to that.
But you cover up a little bit of the fact that the fans aren't doing it. So John is very straight-laced, very informative, but he's got great color commentators and personalities in Daniel Cormier and Joe Rogan. Max is obviously knowledgeable, and Andre's a all-time great, but they're not over-the-top personalities.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, even Bisping, with his accent, a little bit of smack talk. If you were going to bring in Anik, I think you needed to bring in like someone like a Teddy Atlas. Here's another thing. Every time they show the Sheik and they're on their phone.
Yeah.
They need to plan more, I think, with drones. Okay, we get it. Celebrities are there, but get everyone else pumped up about the fact that they're there too. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not feeling that. I think so. They're missing with the fans. They're missing with the broadcast team a little bit. And remember, I was telling you, even the weigh-ins, I thought Max Kellerman was just a little too blasé, in presenting the fighters.
I need more reminders that they're in Las Vegas. There's not very much B-roll of the city or of any of that. Ooh, nice 1-2.
Yeah, that's good too, Goze. But remember when Francis fought Tyson? I could have sworn they kept showing the sky view, and it just seemed like the crowd was kind of into that. They had the production was amazing, the lighting, but I think it got the crowd into it. At the UFC, when they bring in a fighter and they turn off the lights, that gets the crowd pumped up. Like, you have to do things, I think, a little bit. Like, there hasn't been too many people standing either.
Mm-hmm.
How many times are you watching a highlight when someone gets rocked or hurt, everyone starts to stand? And I think more people are like, I just want to be there. It's an event. Who knows, man?
Yeah, I mean, there's just not a whole lot going on.
This actually falls in line with what Dana White's saying. Maybe the arena is a tighter enclosure, and therefore the buzz maybe can get louder. But
But there's so many people there. They're just, honestly, look at the crowd right now. They're just not into the.
Exactly.
They're not even watching the fight.
WWE, I mean, they're going nuts. Sometimes it's the walkout music. You hear the walkout music, you know who's next. The chants, the signs. Obviously people aren't going to go with signs to boxing or whatever, but they really, really want to be there, and they really want to cheer and react.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see. Maybe the main event picks things up and puts us all on the edge of our seats. But
Oh, nice left hand from Callum Walsh. Countering has kind of been his bread and butter tonight. I feel like Callum Walsh could have been more aggressive in this fight, though.
True. Why is he moving too 1 week before 1 week before his fight.
Oh.
I think I would have easily said, we'll move afterwards. We'll move a week later.
Vargas Jr. just has no answer.
He's just not as good of a boxer.
That's the end of round 8. 2 more to go. Fernando Vargas Jr. probably needs a miracle if he wants to get his hand raised at the end of this fight. And that being said, it's not because Callum Walsh has been great. He's just kind of done the minimum necessary. Fernando Vargas Sr. is calling for everything from him. Make him walk back, he says.
I mean, look at his face. He's not getting beat up. And he's right. Walk him back. Use activity. His boxing skills aren't as good as Walsh, but it doesn't mean that he can't try and rough him up, put pressure on him. Throw, you know?
Mm-hmm. Nice left hand from Callum Walsh. Nice left hand to the body from Walsh. You are promoting Callum Walsh. This is the fight you want. You know, it's a guy with a name, but his skill level's just kind of not up to par.
Skip Kelp was given 6 rounds to Walsh and 2 to Vargas Jr., 78-74 on his card. He's the unofficial scorekeeper of the night. He's one of Dana White's best buddies. He's also the head boxing trainer at UNLV, or at least was. I know he's worked with a lot of celebrities and fighters in town as well. There you go. He hit him with a nice overhand left, but don't let him go back to the side of the. I was gonna say the octagon, the ring. See how Walsh is throwing those multiple punch combos,
Mm-hmm.
and when Walsh is done, the other guy's got to fire back. And when he does, it's just one punch. Occasionally, too.
Yeah, I think everybody's just kind of checked out, ready for the main event.
How about that main event out in San Antonio? Diego Lopez defeated Jean Silva. Wow.
There's a great performance from Lopez.
Jean Silva had started flipping the tables on Diego Lopez because he clearly lost round 1. And then he hurt Diego Lopez. He wobbled him. And he was slowly picking him apart, looking for a finish. And then he walked into a back elbow that not only wobbled him, it sliced him. He fell to the ground. Diego Lopez pounced on him and then started landing. I wouldn't say a lot of punches landed flush, but it was so many unanswered, and he was leaking.
Mm-hmm.
And so the referee just said, okay, you're not intelligently defending yourself. But I honestly think that he might have had a broken orbital, and he probably was just shocked.
He saved them from more of a beating, I think.
Yeah. But it was a really, really good fight, folks. Same with Rob Font and Daniel Martinez. That was a good co-main event. I'd say the last 30 seconds decided that one. But Martinez is, you could tell, man, that's a great kickboxer right there.
We're going to be going into the last round here. hopefully, look, I mean, more than likely, Callum Walsh is going to be your winner. I have to imagine they interview him.
I'd like to see Callum Walsh try and go for some sort of a knockdown. I'm a little let down by him too.
A little bit. If Fernando Vargas Jr. wants to walk away with a victory, it's going to have to be by knockout. He's got 3 minutes to do it.
Is that the stitch wrap on his hands?
Yep. $88-83 is Skipper Kelp's unofficial card. He's got Callum Walsh winning. Thank you to everybody who's joined us tonight. All the likes, we appreciate it. Thumbs up. If you can, if you haven't done it yet, please do it. It does help.
More likes,
And-
more thumbs ups.
And before we get going on this main event, I mean, social media, anything you see out there, please, if you don't mind re-Xing or reposting, whatever, goes a long way. We appreciate it.
And we'll be back on October 4th for UFC. Oh boy, 320, I think. Right?
George,
UFC
there is
320, yeah, on October 4th for Ankalaev and Pereira too. Go ahead.
there was a Instagram. I didn't see it.
Did it. Shared it.
Callum Walsh got his hands low, man. He's playing with fire. The times that Fernando Vargas has landed, it just doesn't seem like there's much on it. It doesn't, at least it doesn't seem to bother Callum Walsh. One minute left in round 10, the final round here.
These two got lucky to be in the co-main event tonight, man. Such a big card. They didn't seem like a step up to me from what I saw in Bealey and Martinez. They seem more talented.
Those two have got to be in an ice bath right now, right?
Yeah.
Oof, really low shot from Callum Walsh. Another one. 15 seconds left.
Man, that's low from Walsh.
It was 3 of them, no? Back to back to back. It's the end of the fight. Not the best fight in the world, though. I'm not going to lie.
No, it wasn't. The dad set the bar really high.
That one took the wind out of my sails a little bit. But the main event's going to be bomb.
I sure hope so. Let's see here. Let me look at Fernando Vargas's record again.
Why don't we? Let's see.
Fernando's 47 years of age. He was 26 wins, 22 by KO, 5 losses. His losses were to all-time greats, man. Felix Trinidad, Oscar De La Hoya, Shane Mosley twice, Ricardo Mayorga. Maybe Mayorga was a level down from the others. He did beat, however, Wilfredo Rivera, Ike Corte, Winky Wright, Raul Marquez, Yori Boy Campos. Him and De La Hoya was a good fight.
Mm-hmm. A lot of heat going into that one.
Let's see what we have here. $99.91. $99.91. 190. Damn. What are the Vargas doing raising their hand?
It's talking to Fernando Vargas Sr. right now. Seems like a
Yeah.
good conversation.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's your co-main event. Charlie Sheen in the crowd. Got the mayor of Kingston.
Mm-hmm.
Who that? Sofia Vergara.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? This A-list is a lot loaded than some of the C's, and Dana's got to see this. Stephen A. Smith. Tony Gonzalez, man, one hell of a tight end. Chauncey Billups goes?
Sam Cassell. Wow, look at Tommy Hearns.
The Hitman.
Tracy Morgan behind her.
Oscar winner, man.
Michael J. Fox. By you, Chipotle.
Look at that goes. Gets me fired up at home. Just seeing that. I don't need to see it for 30 minutes, but some sort of view. Let others see it.
You like those type of belts?
Yeah.
All right, you want to play one more of these?
Yeah,
keys
you
to
like this
victory,
belt?
guys? I do.
Okay. Yeah, let's do a keys to victory. Who do we have?
Jerry Coon.
All right.
It's a great matchup. You guys are very proud. Canelo is a tough Mexican who wants to make his country proud. All these years, he's been around for a long time. He's had so many great tough fights. Crawford somehow seems to get the job done. He's got that long jab he can use. He gets in and punches. I see him, if Canelo can get inside and stay inside and work that body, he can slow Crawford down. If not, Crawford's going to do what he does. He's never lost, so he doesn't know how to lose. And Canelo has lost to guys who box.
All right. That is one of the best heavyweights of the late 70s and the early 80s. Gentleman Jerry Cooney fought twice for the title, once against Michael Spinks, once against Larry Holmes. And he's also a former colleague of ours on our Sirius XM days at the of the show. he still does it. Him and Randy Gordon, one of the guys that broke down fights earlier, they do a show called Let's Fights every Monday and Thursday, 9 to 11 p.m. Eastern time on the Faction channel. It's channel 103. You should check it out. They always have great guests. They're great guys, very knowledgeable. They've been doing this for a long time. So thank you to Jerry Cooney and Randy Gordon earlier, as well as Al Bernstein, Kevin Ioli, Stitch Duran, and Marcos Villegas. So a few Hall of Famers in that group. We still got one more, I think, right, Goze?
We still have one more, Austin Trout, who fought Canelo Alvarez.
He fought Canelo Alvarez in a stadium. He's a former boxing champion in 2 divisions. He's also a current knuckle fighting champion, almost 40 age. Says he'll still box though. But yeah, about 12 years ago, he fought Canelo Alvarez in a stadium in San Antonio, where the Noche card was earlier, the UFC card. So I think we should do it now, Goze, right? Because once they do the walkouts, that's it. It's too late. It's fight time. So let's get in with Austin Trout.
So I think we'll start with, Canelo's keys to victory. I think they're kind of obvious. It's control the ring, trap him on the ropes, work the body early to slow his feet down, and then basically impose your will and your size on Crawford to set up for a late stoppage or definitely a late rally. Crawford's keys to victory, in my opinion, is to keep Canelo moving, don't let Canelo set, keep him off balance. Canelo has really good combinations when his feet are set. If Crawford can in between those combinations step around, to keep him off. So stay in the left-hand stance. Crawford does switch back from right to left. He has more success in left-hand stance, and Canelo doesn't seem to like left-hand fighters as much. I think staying in the left-hand stance is going to be one of Crawford's key. He's going to have to get Canelo's respect at some point in time, because if he doesn't, Canelo's just going to start walking through that. It's going to be a short night. I think it's going to be a better fight than a lot of people give Crawford credit for. Canelo is at the top of his game, or a little bit past the top of his game. I think the unspoken measurements that's hard to really gauge is the hunger. Crawford's very hungry. I think Canelo's not as hungry as he wants. And I don't think he's hungry than Crawford. I think Canelo got the respect, rightfully so. That's one of the greatest of all times. Definitely one of the greatest Mexican fighter of all time. And I think Crawford's still trying to gain that respect, and that's what he's fighting for. Another thing that I don't think really favors Canelo's way is Canelo just had a baby. Congratulations. He's had a baby girl. Canelo really loves his kids. Not saying Crawford does not, but if anybody has kids, especially a little baby girl, that softens you up. So Canelo's probably be just a little bit softened up for that fight. But those are my keys to victory. These are the unspoken things that I think are going to play a part into this fight. The hunger, the motivation, the brand new child in one's life, all those things.
What do you think about the new child that is away? I think the baby's due this month, but I think the pregnant wife will be at the fight. But he does have 4 kids, I believe, or something like that, or 3 with the 4th on the way. But I don't think that's going to soften up Canelo, honestly.
I don't think so either. I think
the first 3 didn't do it.
Yeah, I think he'll be fine. I think he's a motivated Canelo Alvarez in this fight. I think you're going to get the best version of him. Terrence Crawford never really looks flat. Every time he comes out, the dude gives everything into every camp, but he is hittable. He's been hit by other fighters, so we'll have to see.
Have you swayed your pick?
I have. I started out this week actually this whole month just being really high on Terrence Crawford. I just feel like he's not going to go out there to finish this fight. He's going to go out there and he's going to box. He's going to fight the type of fight to win a decision, which I think he can. Canelo Alvarez, though, over the last couple days and watching some more footage on him and going over what I think he might do, I think he can actually give Bud Crawford some problems here and there. Especially, it's got to be the best version of Canelo. That's the thing. You can't get frustrated. You can't chase him. That's when Canelo Alvarez comes into problems, is when he starts chasing fighters and gets frustrated. I'm starting to lean now towards Canelo Alvarez. Barely, just barely. And maybe a little bit of that is my heart. Maybe it's the Michelada or the taquitos I had earlier. Who knows? But that's going to be my pick. I'm here. He's minus 150. That's going to be my play. You? I think you've been the other way, right? Like,
yeah, I'm very clear on the fact that I want Canelo Alvarez to win. It's what I want. I really do. But God, too many times I go with my heart, and I think Terrence Crawford, man, is gonna figure it out. Even though he's coming up in weight, he's gonna figure it out. They both struggled in their last. Neither guy looked good in their last fight. I think with Canelo, it had to do more with his opponent just ran, and with Crawford, I think it just took the opponent was awkward. But I like Crawford's speed, and I don't think he's just going to be that easy to hit. Although I know Canelo, but he hasn't knocked anyone out since 2020. So I'm going with, and I hope I'm wrong.
Canelo, I think, really needs to establish the jab in this fight, and he's got to work the body. And I think Crawford is got to use his legs, man. He's got to get in and out. Can't stand in front of Canelo. And we got to figure out what Canelo's going to show up. You know, how much of this fight is he going to really try and counterpunch? This has the potential to be a boring fight, but very easily could turn into something interesting. You know, if these guys decide to come out of their shell a little bit. We'll see. We're almost there. We thank you for tuning in, hanging in here. I know it's been a long night. A little bit of MMA you got and some boxing. We got here a little early just for that so that we could get you. I know some of you guys are just strictly MMA junkies, you know, who occasionally watch boxing. We appreciate that. And hopefully you have fun tonight.
Billy247 says, what do you think this fight means to each fighter's legacy? Well, for Canelo Alvarez, he's fought a lot of great fighters. So really putting Crawford on the list just adds to it. But this is a mega fight, man, you know, with the Riyadh season involved, right? And Dana White and Zuffa Boxing next year's, they're really, really going to dive into this. But this is historical in that sense. On September 16th against another quality opponent. I think he would like to shake his losses. One of them is Dimitri Bivol. That was him going up. And the other one's Floyd Mayweather. And listen to what I said about 5 minutes ago, that I just think he's going to struggle with Crawford's feet. So I think Canelo wants to prove, hey, look, I can also be technical. And even if someone's faster than me, I can figure them out. So he wants that. It doesn't really add to the legacy because he's the bigger fighter. But it doesn't mean he doesn't want to win. And I think he's also chasing other Mexican fighters. I think right now Julio Cesar Chavez is the greatest Mexican fighter ever. And then you got like Ruben Olivares and Salvador Sanchez and Marco Antonio Barrera and
Marquez.
There's so many of them, right? And I think he would like to at least join Julio Cesar Chavez. So this definitely adds to that. For Crawford, Canelo's a big name. Crawford's 39-0, but he doesn't have too many big names. In fact, Canelo teased him about it. But if you can beat Errol Spence and Canelo Alvarez and in your last 5 fights, those two, that's pretty big, especially if you can make it look easy like he did against Spence. So he would remain undefeated. This would be the third weight class where he would own the IBO, IBF, WBA, and WBC belts. And that's never been done before. No one's done 3 of those. I think Pacquiao won 8 different weight class titles, but he didn't own them all. Another thing is, I think he'd be the 4th lineal champion. So that's when you beat the guy that beat the guy that beat the guy, like where basically whoever was the champ early on, you've always beaten that person, not necessarily won a vacant title. And I believe he would join the elite company of Ali. No, can't be Ali. Pacquiao was one of them. I want to say maybe Floyd. It's elite company though, that's for sure. And this would be, I think, the 4th lineal title that he would conquer. This would be his 5th overall weight class. So all those things just kind of add to it, right? Their legacies are set. That's why they're in this thing. They're going to make a lot of money. And one guy is just revered in Guadalajara. The other guy's revered in Omaha. But yeah, both guys I think are fighting for different, different types of legacies that basically puts them alongside other all-time greats.
I think for Canelo Alvarez, where it helps him is just being one of those guys that never ran away from a challenge. I think that's huge. I think that's something that especially Mexican fighters take a lot of pride in. So when it comes to legacy, I think that's a big deal for him. As far as Crawford, I think George laid it out perfectly. He needs those names. This will definitely help him, especially being the smaller guy. That's not a lot of people like to do that type of stuff. And, it's a big payday for him. He deserves, both guys deserve to be paid like this.
And these are both 2 of the top pound for pound fighters in the world. So one guy beating the other guy solidifies that guy's case. I think currently Bud Crawford is the number 1 pound for pound fighter in the world. For sure, if he wins, he remains that guy. And I think if Canelo wins, then when you beat the current pound for pound champ, even though he's coming up to you, I still think that counts for something. So that might put him in that spot.
Yeah.
I think if they rematch, I think the money levels out. Rumors are Canelo gets 100 million for this one. I heard 150, then I heard 100, and then Bud Crawford 50 million. So imagine, look at this. This is a home run. The stadium's packed, and Netflix is probably through the roof. And if this is a great fight, like an absolute classic, why would they not do it again? Except if Crawford wins, his payday probably would go up.
Everything they're doing with Riyadh season and all that, and some of the bigger fights that they've taken down there, I think even Big Turkey's got to be sitting back in the seat going, "This is it. This is what it's all about, right? The fight capital of the world. Look at this big crowd, the way everybody's into it."
Oh yeah.
Who's this? We got some live music playing out. Terrence Crawford, Adam Jones, and Danny Carey from Tool. They've been playing T-Mobile a lot lately. Packing it too.
Tool?
Yeah.
Okay, so what's happening here? They do one of the guys' walkout songs?
Seems like it. Unless this is just kind of like an opening to the main event.
They couldn't have been more off, huh, on the 8:15 p.m. walkout time?
Yeah.
If Hunter Campbell and Diego Lopez and all them guys are on that private jet, they might actually have a shot. Because that fight ended at 6. So if they said, hey, the hell with the shower and the media, let's go.
Look at that. That looks cool. Nobody's going to mistake these guys for Tool. So these are just this is just music to
Liven up the crowd.
start things up, I guess. Yeah.
Is Topuria walking out? This is from Desperado, right, Goze?
I don't know. I have it really low.
Ay, 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 ay.
Man, all them seats look filled to me.
Me too.
Sweet would have been sweet.
Mm-hmm. I think Big Turkey's happy.
He's
I mean,
got it.
let's see what this fight does, right? The fight's the most important thing, but this is a great atmosphere leading into the walkouts. I think if they would have reversed it and put Mbili versus Martinez as the co-main event and Vargas versus Walsh, I think that little momentum from that finish would have been pretty good, you know. Would have carried over. There would have been more fans in the seats, and
It's late on the East Coast, though.
yeah,
That part price things
12:40.
wrong. Can you imagine going to a fight party, watching the fight, and then having to drive home?
Well, Randy Gordon was having one at his condo. He said he was going to have 100 people. Imagine Jerry Cooney's there. So right now it's 12:40. I think they're going to start fighting at 10. And I think by 11, the whole thing's over. That's 2 a.m. on the East Coast.
No, that's pretty cool. Terrence Crawford's making his walk to the ring now.
Why is he walking?
Whatever that is that he walked out through, and even that little ramp there, the UFC can do that.
I know. Do you think Crawford's fucking around and he picked the song?
I don't know. I know Canelo didn't pick Tool. 41-0. I don't know how that cameraman can walk backwards like that fast and that long.
I think there's probably someone pulling him by the belt loop or something.
There is, but even then, I still ain't trusting nobody. You?
But what are
I
you gonna
know.
do? Decline the gig?
Well, I'm just saying, like, there's not another way to do that.
I thought they were like on some sort of like a wheeled mechanism or something. Oh, or is it one guy holding the camera just walking by? I mean, they probably get used to it, you know. Who's the guy in the hat?
That's the guy I've been making fun of. The guy with the
I thought he was part of someone's
dazzled.
corner. He's out there all the time.
Yeah. I'm not understanding the color scheme here for Bud Crawford. Lavender gloves with green, red, and black.
No idea. Hey, how big is this for boxing in the United States? Remember, we've been referencing a couple times now the Klitschko versus Joshua fight at Wembley Stadium, and then the Klitschko's used to fight in Germany a lot at that stadium you and I went to, where Cologne FC plays in Gelsenkirchen. Remember that one?
Mm-hmm.
That's where the Klitschko's used to fight. But other than Cowboy Stadium, what was it like? Wasn't it Clottey and Pacquiao and what other stadium fights have we had? It's been a while, right? Since we had a stadium fight. I mean, this is pretty historical in history of United States boxing, hosting a boxing event.
Yeah, I would say so.
I mean,
I think it's big for boxing.
MGM, Mandalay Bay, Thomas and Mack, but T-Mobile, but this for crying out loud is Allegiant Stadium, man. This is 60,000 cats.
I'm curious what the younger generation is doing, if they're tuning in. I feel like there's just too many people talking about it where they would feel almost dumb and left out if they're not watching it, but they're probably watching it going, who are these guys again? That sort of thing. I don't know that they wake up tomorrow and want to learn everything about boxing, but I think it's a big deal for boxing. They need to figure out a way to bridge that gap, though.
So now who's he going to walk out to? I mean, what was the point of Tool?
I don't know. They're doing a great job of making you feel like this is very important, which they should.
I agree.
Can you imagine how badass Canelo Alvarez must feel right now? Like, think about when people are singing you happy birthday. There's a room of them. How important you feel for those 2 minutes. Look what this motherfucker's getting. How do you not walk out feeling like a god?
I know. So let me get this straight. Tool was livening up the crowd. Crawford chose Desperado to mess with Canelo, and then this is Canelo's real walkout.
Yeah.
I thought Crawford was like, fuck this, I'm tired of waiting, and he walked out in front of another band that was trying to liven up the crowd, Because I've seen Crawford walk out with Eminem, no?
Mm-hmm.
Where was that? That was kind of a miss. He missed that one if Eminem was down. Joe's
Yeah, I
supposed
mean-
to be that lead singer for Halloween.
Not much. I think Callum Walsh and Fernando Vargas Jr. already showered and in bed.
Well, they didn't break much of a sweat. Here we go. That's Aurora right there, man.
Canelo
Tell me-
Alvarez now walking out.
Dana White doesn't have goosebumps. I think Riley Studios should go, forgive me. My 4-year-old just wrote that. His last comment. What the hell would be staged? What's he talking about? Look at all those belts. That's when it looks cool, man. Some of them do look a little bizarre.
The
Maybe
ring
'cause
one's cool.
I'm so used to seeing the UFC ones consistently. But they do look pretty cool, man.
He's taking his time.
See the guy that's going backwards, guys? I think he's on wheels. That's what it looked like to me. So someone's steering him.
Well, there's a guy that's holding him by his waist.
Watch right now. Do we get to see him? Maybe not. Would you want to fight Christian Malbini? What's his name? Maldini? Malbini? At that pace that he has, but you got to put away 2 Chipotle burritos with a lot of that hot sauce.
No. I wouldn't want to fight him under any conditions, let alone.
Well, let's say they talked you into 1 million. Would you rather do that or 2 million, but you eat the 2 burritos first?
2 million. I'm still gonna get the floor mopped with me.
Why is the volume off?
I don't know. Come on, Netflix, get it together.
There we go.
Don't do this to us again.
Maybe Tony Ferguson's in there and he tripped over a cord. Look at that. Look at all that lights. That's cool. The flags. Dana White sitting in the front row going, this is some bullshit. We should be in an arena.
Mm-hmm.
I can't stand the extra 45,000 in here. There's 60,000 of us, but 45 are just, I'd rather be here with 15.
If you find me that costume that guy's wearing with the hat and the bedazzled jewelry, I will wear that for Halloween.
I wonder if everyone's assuming that he's just someone and everyone's left him alone because he's so out there.
Like Salt Bay at the World Cup?
I guess. Of the world.
Now that I think about it, 2 Chipotle burritos is a lot, dude. Like, I don't even know if I'll be able to function, let alone what it'll do to you afterwards.
I just think you turn into Justine Kish. You'd get folded in half, lay there, and there'd be poo falling out of your ass. Maybe throw up coming out of the other side. There he is, right?
Yeah.
Maybe he's Canelo's dad, or I mean,
Nah.
who are these judges?
Nobody dressed like that's gonna raise a son like Canelo Alvarez.
They're saying that's the number one ref in the game right now.
Not a big fight card. Let's see here. Let's get ready to rumble. Terrence Crawford being introduced now. Next up is Canelo Alvarez. Oh man, these are long intros. This was you at that courthouse that one time. All right, both guys introduced. We're almost there, guys.
Now they got to get 100 people out of the ring. See, he's in a lot better shape, Goze, than some of his previous fights. He took it serious.
They just got their instructions in the center of the ring.
See, this is so meaningful to Mexican fans, man. Like, what goes 75% of the country's awake and watching this fight?
Gotta be, yeah.
And they're 2 hours ahead of this. Well, maybe not Tijuana, but Mexico City's 2 hours ahead, I think.
Bud Crawford popping the jab, just kind of trying to judge the distance, see what Canelo Alvarez will do. Canelo is yet to fire a shot.
Crawford put on healthy weight. Crawford lands a jab. 2:30 left in round one. They're in the center of the ring. Alvarez hasn't thrown anything yet. Another jab by Crawford.
Canelo's going to need to do a lot of that. He's going to need to feint a lot to open up Bud Crawford.
Oh, Mark Wahlberg got his seat back.
Not a whole lot to report here, guys. There's just
kind of clowning earlier, but he's got his seat. Still in the center of the octagon. Maybe 2 punches thrown in the last 80 seconds, both from Crawford. Alvarez bobbing and weaving. He's the one in the center of the ring now.
Has Canelo thrown anything?
No. Lazy jab by Crawford. Canelo throws but misses.
This guy's going to fight or what?
I don't know. We're down to 1:15 here left in round one. If I had to give a 10, it'd be to Crawford only because Canelo hasn't done anything. Oh, nice overhand right by Canelo. Body shot by Canelo.
I'd give it to him now.
Yeah.
Just based on that.
Crawford lands the left. You don't want to take any of these 10-9s for granted, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Canelo with the body shot. Crawford right now in the southpaw stance. Canelo orthodox. Overhand right lands for Canelo, but it lands on Crawford's gloves mostly. Crowd yelling Canelo. Canelo starting to open up a little bit. Both guys doing a good job of basically pairing, not letting the other guy land flush. This is a tough round to score.
I think I'd lean towards Canelo. I feel like he's the only one that landed something significant. Ugly round though. Bud Crawford getting directions in his corner. They're trying to get him to bite on the jab. All right. There we go, round two. See if these guys open up a little bit.
Crawford's feigning, but he's not following it up with anything. Just lazy jabs that are being thrown out there.
Where the fight's taking place right now is where it benefits Crawford.
Canelo misses with a wide hook. Crawford lands 2 jabs. Canelo gets him up against the corner, lands 1 left hook. But again, Crawford's doing a good job using his forearms and his gloves to block some punches. Now, that doesn't mean one of the judges from the far side might not think it was effective.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen a few split decisions today, split draws. 2 minutes left here in round 2. Again, we're not seeing much action. they're right in the center of the ring. Canelo's starting to pressure Crawford, but when he does cut him off, Crawford does a good job of exiting. Canelo doesn't really get off. Canelo with a half body shot there, nothing much on it.
He's got to use that jab to back him up. That was a nice right hand to the body by Canelo.
Was, yeah.
I actually like Terrence Crawford's use of the jab tonight.
Crawford just landed a nice left. Canelo goes back to the body. Crawford answers. Again, we're down to like the last minute and not much has been thrown. Crawford just landed to the head.
A lot of chess being played right now.
$30 seconds left.
Crawford had Canelo up against the ropes, did not try and take advantage of that situation.
Stiff jab landed by Canelo. I'm looking at Canelo's back. What's going on with the tattoos? It's almost like one ran over the other, huh? And the other one's starting to run over the third.
I think that's a Crawford round.
What if I were to say this fight's sauce so far? I wouldn't be lying. Right?
Yeah, it's not very good. I think it'll open up.
Ooh, that straight body shot by Canelo was nice.
What's nice about Crawford's game is when he puts together his combinations, but he's just kind of been picking and choosing his spots because I think he's a little confused on how Canelo Alvarez is going to react to these. Yo, round 3. They're in the center of the ring. Both guys fire, both guys miss. Crawford's jab is enough to kind of confuse Canelo at times. Kind of keep him off beat. Canelo's come in throwing that looping left hook to the body.
Crawford looks a little more fluid right now. But watch their outer feet because one's a southpaw, one's a righty. Look, they're kind of getting almost tangled up. Canelo's been stepping on his foot a little bit.
Canelo Alvarez is not using the ring to his favor. Like right now, he should be the aggressor. Instead, it's Crawford to get out.
By the way, Skip Kelp scored both rounds for Bud Crawford. He's got him up 20-18. It's an unofficial scorecard. It's not the judges. I'm sure he's got a great seat. Again, this round not offering much, guys.
Dana White not looking too happy.
He keeps looking at his phone.
Oh boy. 1-2 from Canelo Alvarez, backs
That was
Crawford
nice.
up.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm into whatever that was.
Brian says he wants one too. Oh, nice shot to the body by Canelo, but he kind of paid for it. Crawford crept back up, went upstairs. Now, none of these punches, folks, have been very effective. They're just throwing so little that I guess we're making a bigger deal out of the few that are being thrown, but nothing's landed really flush. No one's legs have been wobbled. Canelo just landed a nice shot to the body. Pretty decent, you know. But what is happening is someone's getting a 10 and someone's getting a 9. And at the end, maybe we're stuck with a draw. Maybe we're stuck with, I don't know, controversy. And here's another thing goes. All one of the two has to really do is something.
A little
And
bit of a flurry at the end, right?
it could be that Crawford's up 3-0, but just like that, Canelo could be up 3-0. Like no one's overwhelming here. So I don't understand why two smart prize fighters aren't just doing a little bit more. Even the old 30 seconds, step on the gas or something.
Mm-hmm.
What this looks like is two guys that are making 100 million and 50 million, and either way they're winners, you know, in a way. But
It's a lot of money for a sparring session.
thank you. Magic Johnson.
Yeah,
That
they're barely getting to him.
fun, man. Okay, they just had a decent exchange. Crawford got the better of it.
Canelo's going to lose rounds if he does that. If he just covers up like that, nice body shot from Canelo Alvarez. But for one punch, Crawford returns 4 or 5. Oh, thank you.
Some stiff jabs, too.
I'm okay because there's too much noise. Thank you. Eat it, Yogi.
I think Canelo needs to take more advantage of the times that he does trap him in corners.
Yeah.
Oh, nice one by Canelo. Overhand right. But that said, Crawford also doesn't look like he's too worried about the power that he's been hit with so far.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good job by Canelo Alvarez. Shot to the body by Canelo.
He's definitely investing into the body work, but it's just too little of it. Nice straight right hand from Canelo.
Good speed too on it.
He's actually kind of
nice.
successful when he throws.
Yeah. Canelo threw a 1-2. That was nice. Again, Crawford hasn't been wobbled. He's not staggered. He's not backing off. But again, you got to score some 10s, right? You got to even things out a little bit. It's 35 seconds left here in round 4. A couple stiff jabs coming from Crawford.
Come on, guys. Give us more here. Nice right hand from Canelo Alvarez. He backed up Crawford. Crawford actually acknowledged the shot.
Kind of give him a little Thomas Hearns smile, huh?
Yeah. I think that's probably one of the first shots where I think he felt Canelo's power. Every time he comes in with the left hook, Canelo to the body, it lands, but Crawford makes him pay for it. I think he needs to fake it and come over the top. It was a better round for Canelo. I think there's some things that he could do. If he keeps that up, he can make this interesting. But I don't know that he's really threatened. Crawford. Logan Paul getting some booze.
Crawford now the aggressor. Canelo's on the outside. Crawford and southpaw. Watch their outside feet. They're going to get tangled up. They're going to step on each other. Canelo fought really nice. Wow. Skipper Kelp didn't even give Canelo last round?
40-36, he's got it.
I would disagree with that. Man, that was the best punch of the fight.
Mm-hmm.
See how this fight goes? The crowd's more into it.
Yeah.
I think that's what I meant. It was just a little bit more of that. They just could not have cared any less in the Walsh Vargas fight. Here they're oohing it and on. And that's considering this fight hasn't had much action.
Crawford's backing Canelo up, but he's not landing. He's just hit him in the gloves.
110 left here in round 5. It's almost like both guys are taking the round off. Canelo strikes with a 1-2. Now he's backing Crawford up. Crawford's bouncing back and forth.
It's a nice body shot from Canelo.
Overhand right by Canelo.
He's starting to do what Crawford did to him in the early rounds, where he's doing enough to win the round. And Crawford's kind of not firing as much.
Crawford went for a guillotine. 10 seconds left here in round 5.
I don't know if that's Bud Crawford taking a round off or getting a little frustrated.
Maybe he didn't like what he felt from that one punch at the end of round 4 when he was smiling back.
Mm-hmm.
He might have thought, ooh, you got me. You got some power, kid.
I wouldn't say Canelo Alvarez is afraid of Crawford by any means of what's gone on tonight. I think he respects him, but he doesn't seem like he's been hurt by anything or anything like that. I think that's why he's maybe letting his hands go a little bit more now. That one shot was pretty good that Crawford took, but if Crawford goes back to boxing, I don't see why he can't keep winning rounds. Now they're engaging a little bit more. Crawford landing some nice shots. One to the body, one to the head.
According to Skipper Kelp, Canelo finally got a round on his scorecard. 49-46 Crawford. They're in round 6, 2:40 left. They're a little more active in this round. Canelo going to the body. Ooh, nice left lands for Crawford. But Canelo walked right through it. Still tried to throw a couple punches of his own.
They're finally starting to engage a little bit. Canelo's got a little bit of redness on the outside of his right eye.
Canelo's now pursuing him a little more aggressively. He just needs to do something with it. Like right there. He threw a left hook and it landed. Kind of like on the shoulder, but
they can't all land on the shoulder, right? I think that's what the point is. You keep throwing them. And you keep Bud Crawford at bay. That was a nice body shot from Canelo. Straight down the middle. Crawford returned fire with a left.
Crawford's kind of clowning a little bit, making faces. Low blow?
Yeah.
Warning.
Crawford's kind of gotten away from throwing that jab.
$50 seconds left here in round 6. It's not a barn burner, folks. A left lander for Crawford. That was nice. 30 seconds left. Body shot lands for Canelo Alvarez.
I think Crawford's more successful when he throws punches in bunches.
And he's slick. Look how he moves around so nicely, you know?
Mm-hmm.
That's the end of round 6, folks. Halfway through. These guys get paid a lot of money to do very little.
Imagine what the UFC guys feel like.
Oh, I know the Sheik's probably going, hey, look, this is a business. We've made money. But a lot of it didn't come because of the entertainment of the fight, you know? I mean, these guys aren't delivering.
No. And there's a big part of Dana White. He may never admit it, but part of all this is the enjoyment of just putting on a big party for all the celebrities and friends. And it's just, if this were a party, it'd be a dud.
Yeah. Dana
throwing, huh?
I don't think Dana's in his seat anymore.
Yeah. I think Canelo's throwing harder punches now, taking more chances. They're actually engaging in the center of the ring now. Nice left and a right from Crawford.
Now the fans are starting to root harder, cheer harder, more action.
See, these are situations that Canelo Alvarez wants. He wants to get you in a corner, but he's letting him out too easily. Crawford's kind of playing with fire, but he's not getting burned. He's been a pretty smart fighter tonight. Very well conditioned too, is Crawford.
Yeah.
See, this is where it's dangerous for Canelo Alvarez because now he's caught chasing Crawford. For two, one, he's got to do something. And two, he gave away a lot of rounds. So he's got to make something happen. And this is where Terrence Crawford could take advantage of him. But I feel like even he needs to do a little bit more.
Now the fans are starting to boo a little. See, Canelo did throw a hard punch, but Crawford answered back with a 1-2 of his own. And the thing with Crawford is he's winning the body language fight. In other words, he is getting cornered by Alvarez. He's getting hit, but then he escapes, gets back to the center of the ring, almost like nothing happened.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it frustrates Canelo a little bit. Remember, Canelo was selling this fight as you're going up 2 weight classes. You haven't felt this power. And Bud, I think his deal was, well, can you touch me, Now, that said, Crawford's not hurting Canelo at all. I mean, I know there's something going on with his eye, but he hasn't really been rocked or nothing. But that, I think, must frustrate Canelo a little bit, is just that the speed and the footwork, it gives him some trouble. Certain fighters.
And it's in front of his people. Like picture you're the king of your school and some kid from another school comes in and just mops the floor with you in front of everyone. It's got to play tricks on your head, Keep boxing them is what they're telling Crawford. A little bit more snap on your punches. On the scorecards, I think this fight might be a little closer than people think, but I think Crawford's still ahead.
69-64, according to Skip Kelp. This is round 8. I think Canelo might have won 2 or 3. Probably 2. He's just come up short. Honestly, it could be 8-0 Crawford or it could be 8-0 Canelo. Like, no one's been that great in any of the rounds. That's another thing, too. Like, what just happened, sometimes when Crawford makes Canelo miss, it makes him look like he doesn't belong in there for just that split second.
Mm-hmm.
He frustrates him. I mean, Goze and I just saw a great main event in San Antonio. Lopez and Silva. Way better than this one. I feel like that was a proper fight, man.
I'm just glad we didn't have to pay for this. Some people flew to Vegas, got a hotel, An expensive ticket to the fight, new wardrobe, and this is what they're rewarded with. Not every fight needs to be a barn burner. I get that. There's a lot of tactical fights in boxing, and it's fun to watch those. But you can be entertaining and tactical too. You got to take some chances, especially with what's on the line here.
Crawford's laughing him off. 50 seconds left in round 8. Alvarez is trying to open up a little bit more. Crawford using the high school wrestling that he has. Look at this. Punches landed in round 8, folks. 2.5 minutes in. Crawford's landed 5. Crawford's 11. Canelo 5. See, Canelo just kind of said something to Crawford as he was walking away or motioned. But I think he's frustrated by Canelo's quickness.
What?
Huh?
You mean Crawford's quickness?
Canelo is frustrated by Crawford's quickness. He can't really get him. He can't get a hold of him. And he's running out of time, and he's kind of looking like a chump a little bit.
I just think he's not willing to take the risk.
I wonder why Crawford isn't stepping on it a little bit. Again, folks, I'm a big Sugar Ray Leonard fan, and he outboxed Marvin Hagler, and then he outstruck him with the heavy shots too. Like, he actually proved a point that night. He made it exciting, and everyone thought he was puss and that Hagler was too tough. Now these guys are opening up. Crawford's opening up big time. Fans are going wild. Canelo's landed some big punches, but Crawford's still dancing around like it was nothing. And Crawford landed a few of his own too. We're only 30 seconds in, and that was the most exciting.
The headbutt.
That was an exciting round.
I think it looked accidental to me, but
he's got a cut. And they said it was a headbutt, folks. They stopped time with 2:18 left. I don't think it was the worst thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, no. It looked like it did cut him, right? Am I wrong? Was there like a little?
I think so, yeah, but that wasn't, man. You see how much Mbili and Martinez, their heads were colliding.
Well, Martinez was going forward like the juggernaut, looking straight down. Nice right hand from Canelo.
Really nice.
Throws a nice body shot.
2 minutes left. Now these guys are exchanging and landing combos on each other right in the center of the ring. This is a fight now. We'll have to remember this when we talk about it on Monday. Round 9. Finally, you feel like, okay.
Nice right hand from Canelo again.
Now they did give Canelo another round, so it's 6-2 on Skipper Kelp's card. I could see that, or I could also see 5-3. Good shot by Canelo.
When they box, the edge goes to Crawford, and when they fight, the edge goes to Canelo. I don't know. I'm happy that Crawford opened up a little bit, but he's got to be careful too. This is where Canelo Alvarez should be shining more, not letting Crawford circle out like that.
Fans are booing because Crawford is bobbing and weaving, and then he'll get out of the way. Canelo will chase him, same rinse and repeat. But it's on Canelo. He can't expect the guy to just come to him.
Crawford's waiting for Canelo to throw in those instances, and Canelo's not doing it because he knows he's going to counter, but nothing's happening.
I wish this fight was 15 rounds. Maybe those last 3 could do something. They're starting to slow down a little bit, so there'll be some openings, but the early part of the round was fun.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh. Are you freezing?
No. I think this will be a good round here coming up.
I hope so. Nine minutes left. This is round 10, folks. Crawford starts with the jab. Skipper Kelp gives round 9 to Crawford. I remember when I saw Oscar De La Hoya and Felix Trinidad, De La Hoya was strong going into like the 9th or 10th, I believe. And then Trinidad won the last 3.
He gave him away those rounds. I'm a big Felix Trinidad fan, but Oscar kind of gave that fight away. A lot of people will talk about where Canelo Alvarez lands as being one of the best Mexican fighters of all time. And I'll tell you, one of the big differences is Julio Cesar Chavez did not fear looking bad. He took risks.
Oh,
when he
good
needed to.
shot there by Canelo. He might have hurt Crawford a little bit. Yeah, I agree, Goze. He was relentless, man. He was not happy if he wasn't trying to rip your head off. He threw more. He threw more punches, too.
Mm-hmm. Nice right hand.
Neither guy's thrown many punches in this fight, but the output's been really poor from Canelo on quite a few rounds. That's why I keep saying all these rounds were winnable on both sides. Both guys could be up 9 rounds to nothing. That's how low of an output the other guy had.
Crawford's not landing as much in this round. So you're right. These cards might be a mess, man.
Like, what's Canelo waiting for right there? Even Crawford's covering up, expecting something.
He's investing in just one shot at a time. You know, that's not good enough.
Canelo's throwing some big bombs right now. Crawford's really hard to get a good shot in on. 10 seconds left here in round 10. Oops.
Oh man. If Canelo ends up pulling this out, it's an ugly win for Canelo.
Oh,
If
very ugly.
if Crawford wins this fight, he didn't do anything that makes new boxing fans or people want to watch his next fight.
You know what I can tell you though, Goze? I think Crawford would have been a problem for Mayweather.
Yeah.
I'm still not sure he would have beat him because we don't know who to compare. Mayweather's 50 now. This guy's 37. So best versus best, I don't know. Mayweather was still pretty exceptional. But like I say, this guy looked like he would have been problematic, you know?
Mm-hmm.
70,482. It's a new attendance record, Goze.
Wow.
So they must have beat WWE, the Raiders, K-pop, or whatever else has been there.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean
that-
part of that is too like Blackpink, right? Or BTS. They have massive stages that take up so much room, you know, and attendance wise.
Will that be what motivates Dana to break that? 97-93 according to Skipper Kelp through 10. 6 rounds to 4 on his card.
Now they're starting to fight close quarters. They break apart a little bit, but now they're closer in range. Nice 1, 2, 3 from Crawford.
Oh,
Nice overhand right from Canelo.
Crawford landed a nice left. 2 minutes left here in round 11. Overhand right for Canelo, sorry. Crowd's definitely perking up a little. Kellerman saying that overhand right landed and hurt him. It looked like Crawford got his hands up and blocked it, but maybe it did sneak through.
You know what,
Canelo
man?
landed another right hand.
I'm convinced that the judges' scorecards are a lot different than what we think they are.
Crowd's really picking up. They're standing in some areas of the arena. 1 minute left here in round 11. Crowd's really liking it now.
Crawford's frustrating Canelo a lot with his movement.
45 seconds left here in round 11. $30 seconds here left in round 11. Canelo went to the body. Crawford went upstairs. Canelo lands an overhand right. 15 seconds left here in round 11. 10-second clapper. Hasn't meant much to these guys. They just kind of stand there the last 10 seconds. Alvarez actually throws 1, 2, 3. We go into round 12. Fans are clapping. I don't see it. I'm not there, but I don't see it. I haven't been that impressed. I don't think either guy can say, I just need to survive round 12. I got this in the bag. Of the two, Crawford could maybe. but I don't think he would. I think Vegas probably appears to be a Canelo town, although I don't believe too much in that.
All right, here we go. Round 12. Or sorry, round 11. Crawford backs Canelo with a straight left. Backs him off again. Good combination. Canelo's looking a little bit more desperate now.
Crawford just hurt him or backed him up, but Canelo is coming right back. Now they're throwing. It's a little wild, but they're throwing. But the fans are into it. If one guy could knock down the other guy, man, they'd blow the roof off this place.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just exchanges back to the middle, exchanges back to the middle.
Ooh, big left hand from Crawford. Wait, what the hell round are we in? 12 or 11? Why do they
12.
keep switching it?
No, this is the last one.
A second ago I said it was 12 and then they switched it to 11. I corrected myself. Now it says 12 again.
If the only words I can use are poor, fair, good, and great, this is a fair fight. It definitely ain't great, fantastic, amazing, brilliant. It ain't none of that. I don't even think it's good. I think it's just an average fight. They're big names. It's big money. It's a big stadium. They had a few moments, but I didn't really enjoy this one that much. I think both guys are way better than what they showed.
I'd agree
45
with
seconds left.
fair, but because of the magnitude of the fight, I think it drops to poor.
Crawford just lit him up a little bit. I think Crawford's feeling it. 10 seconds left. Crawford just landed a couple nice lefts. Crawford definitely finishing stronger than Canelo. Both guys with their hand raised. I saw Crawford win that round for sure. Fans are going nuts. I'll give them that. But I don't think I saw a great fight. So that'll haunt Canelo, I think.
Oh, yeah.
You see what I mean about those tattoos on his back? Like he's got the scripture stuff, and then there's just something that's almost over it. Like, I don't know. I'm sure he still has work to do. Maybe it'll all tie in somehow, but this fight was supposed to be great, epic, a lot of things, and it wasn't that, man. And I got really excited today, after all the weigh-ins, countdowns, embeddeds. I just thought, okay, I've always wanted them to have a stadium show. Too bad it's boxing, but then they started showing some of the celebs. Then we had those other guys throw down. And I just thought, okay, this is really getting better and better. Vargas and Walsh took a step back. And then those musical acts. I'm not too crazy about musical acts.
Mm-hmm.
They were pretty cool. The walkouts were cool. Because remember, part of this is me hoping that Dana's eyes open up and he brings some of that to his shows, just like I say, once a year or something. And it all looked pretty cool. But I don't know about the fight itself. Am I being too harsh? I thought the fight was about a 5 or a 6 out of 10.
Yeah. It was not very good. On both ends.
I wonder if Alvarez is under the assumption that he won. Or is he aware that he didn't?
I think he thinks he might have won.
Oh, he's crazy. Here are the judges' scorecards. $116, $112. $115, $113. It's unanimous. Terrence Crawford wins. So he won 116, 112. That's 8-4.
Mhm.
And 115 to 113. That's 7-5.
I think that's about right.
I think it was more 8-4, but two judges having it 7-5 means Canelo, for fighting as poor as he did, had he just done a little bit more, he might have walked out of there with his belt and so much more, man. Like, I thought Crawford fought. You know what? I take it back. I thought Crawford fought more like a 7 or an 8, and I thought Canelo was more like a 5 or a 6, and then combined, I thought they were about a 6.
I mean, if you can't get up for this fight, I don't know what to tell you.
So now he's styled on Errol Spence and Canelo Alvarez.
Mm-hmm.
Those are two big wins for him.
I thought they'd have Jim Gray do this. Terrence Crawford's talking to Max Kellerman right now.
A lot of praise for God from Crawford. Says Canelo's a great champion, strong competitor.
I'm curious
Nothing but
what people are
respect.
like walking out right now. Ooh, they're asking if this is the last fight of his career.
He doesn't confirm. He's got to sit down with his team.
Still a lot of people out there.
Yeah, no shit.
Probably want to hear Canelo talk. Evander
Was
Holyfield.
the GOAT of this era. She's one of the GOATs too. Evander Holyfield was there. He didn't fight his heart out. I want to thank all my fans who came here to back me up. One loss doesn't define me. Just being here, I'm a winner.
His performance defines him. It was not a good performance.
I got my family. I worked hard. I've had a lot of great moments. I got a lot of respect for Crawford. He did what he had to do. I'm here to take risks, to test myself. He took a risk in taking the fight. He didn't take many risks in the fight.
So his legacy's already there. He's accomplished a lot already. He takes risks because he loves boxing.
He says he feels great. He's still the same old Canelo. He hasn't declined. I wish he would take the hat off because it does look like his right eye is kind of messed up a little.
Mm-hmm. Is Max shaking or what's his deal? Well, do you know what that looked like to me, George? I disagree. I do think he's slowed down just a little bit, but a lot of it was him just not putting his foot on the gas. And I think it's because he knew that if he did, especially in the early rounds, this guy might make him look foolish. So to me, that looked like when you get offered a fight and you go, I don't know if I could beat this guy, but this is stupid money to turn down.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to go out. I'm going to try and survive early, do my best to put him away later. And that's that. Give me that paycheck.
Yeah. It was just a bad strategy on Canelo's part. Like I say, I hear scores of 115, 113. That means he was there. He was close. And it didn't look like he came close to fighting to his potential, even as he's older, because there was moments in the fight where he did fight well. Now that doesn't mean that, let's say he turns it on a little bit earlier. I'd like to see the round breakdown, how it went. But there was just a couple where it looked like he just kind of gave him away, both guys. And how he's not aware of that after almost 70 fights, I don't get that, man. Like, even in the last 10 seconds when they hear that clapper, I'm not saying you got to point to the ground like Max Holloway, but those rounds are so close that if you just kind of land like a nice 1-2 or something, you might get that 10-9. And it just looked like he was not turned on. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Maybe it was frustration, or
I think he's frustrated because he knows how to fight one way and one way only. You know, it's not like Sugar Ray Leonard could do two different things. Roberto Duran, they could do two different things. Even Roy Jones Jr., they could box the hell out of the situation when they needed to, and when they needed to fight, they knew how to do that too. And Canelo Alvarez just offensively sometimes cannot box the way some of these other guys do. Speed kills them.
if they fought in 6 months, I think Canelo would do better. I think the fight would do better. I'm not asking them to do it because this fight was just so blasé that I'm kind of irritated right now. But I think both guys can fight better, and now they know it because they've been in there. I don't think anyone's breathing down their necks. So who knows? Maybe in Mexico, or you know, I think you could sign me up for that. But again, dude, it was just so what's the word?
It's a letdown.
It was a letdown. It was a letdown. But that said, because I know both can do better, I would sign up for the second one, just not right away.
It needs a hook though, and the hook might have to be let's do it in Mexico, but it needs some kind of hook. Nice.
Yeah. All right. I think we should just get out of here. I appreciate John and Max and Andre Ward. They're still talking about the fight, but there's not too much to break down here, man. Both guys just didn't empty the tank. Both guys, I think, fought really tentative. One more than the other. We'll be back on October 4th for our UFC 320 watch along. That card is headlined by Magomed Ankalaev against Alex Pereira. It'll be their second fight. This is a rematch. Ankalaev is the champ now. That same night, we also have Merab Dvalishvili versus Corey Sandhagen. We appreciate you all tuning in. Some of you rode with us from the last couple of fights of Noche UFC through these 4 boxing matches. Something different. I hope you all had fun. Goze and I, we just turned in our 3600 episode on Thursday, sorry. Well, we're not stopping anytime soon, so you can catch the MMA Junkie Radio show Mondays and Thursdays over at MMA Junkie, straight to the website. You just look one of the drop downs, you can go to radio, or you can go to your favorite podcast platform like Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, Stitcher, Spotify, Omni. We're there. And every Monday, it's live in the mornings, 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. Pacific, spinning back click. Check it out. We will unpack this fight card, also the UFC's fight card, Noche UFC, and then any of the latest news in the last 7 days. We do that show every Monday. It's live. Check it out. For now, we're out of here. I hope your favorite football team wins, unless you're a Saints fan, because my Niners are playing the Saints. And I hope you have a great rest of the weekend. Go out and be a champion. We'll talk to you soon.